Hello and welcome. Before we begin tonight's journey into the past, I want you to get comfortable, adjust your pillow, pull your blanket a little closer, maybe turn down the lights. Feel that warmth around you, that security of knowing you'll wake up tomorrow exactly as you are now. Hold on to that feeling for just a moment, because we're about to explore a world where that certainty didn't exist. Tonight, we're traveling back roughly 700 years to meet people whose names we'll never know. They left behind no grand monuments, wrote no books, composed no symphonies. History didn't care enough to remember them individually. But these people, these ordinary medieval peasants, faced a challenge that would break most of us within a single night. They survived winters that were not just cold, but existentially threatening. Winters that tested the absolute limits of human endurance, ingenuity, and will to live. This isn't a story about knights or castles, kings or conquests. This is a story about survival at its most fundamental level, about what happens when the temperature drops and keeps dropping, when darkness swallows 16 hours of every day, when the wind finds every crack in your walls, when keeping a fire alive becomes the difference between seeing another spring or becoming a frozen memory. We'll explore how medieval peasants, working with almost nothing, managed to cheat death night after night through the longest, darkest months of the year. Some of their solutions were brilliant, some were desperate, many were both, and perhaps most remarkably, many of these strategies worked just well enough to carry humanity through what historians now call the medieval warm period, and more ominously, the beginning of the Little Ice Age. So settle in, let your breathing slow, and let's step together into a medieval winter night, into a world of mud and smoke and desperate warmth, into the lives of people who survived against odds we can barely imagine. The year's 1347. The place could be England, France, the Germanic territories, Poland, anywhere across the vast medieval European landscape. Winter is coming, and everyone knows it. Chapter 1, What We Mean When We Say Medieval Winter. Before we can understand how medieval peasants survived the cold, we need to establish what we're actually talking about. The term medieval spans roughly 1,000 years, from approximately 500 CEE to 1500 CE. That's an enormous time frame, and winter varied considerably across those centuries. During the early medieval period, roughly 500 to 900 CE, Europe was emerging from the climatic disruptions that followed the fall of Rome. The climate was unstable, prone to extreme variations. Some decades brought mild winters, others delivered catastrophic cold snaps that decimated populations who had grown complacent. Then came what climatologists call the medieval warm period, approximately 950 to 1250 CE. Don't let the name fool you. Warm is relative. Winters were still brutal by modern standards, but they were somewhat more predictable, and growing seasons extended by a few precious weeks. This warmth allowed populations to expand, villages to grow, and agriculture to push into marginal lands. People began to believe, perhaps, that they had mastered their environment. They were wrong. Around 1300 CE, the climate shifted again. What scientists now call the Little Ice Age was beginning, though it wouldn't reach its peak for another few centuries. Winters grew longer, colder, more unpredictable. Glaciers in the Alps advanced, consuming farmland and villages. Rivers that had rarely frozen solid now became highways of ice for months at a time. Growing seasons contracted. Famines became more frequent and more severe. The winter of 1347 that we're exploring sits right in this transitional period. The warmth was gone, the cold was intensifying, and for the average peasant, this meant a nightly battle for survival that would last from October through April, sometimes longer. When we talk about medieval winter temperatures, we're discussing conditions that modern people in developed nations rarely experience. While we don't have precise thermometer readings from the 14th century, we can reconstruct approximate temperatures using ice core data, tree ring analysis, historical crop records, and archaeological evidence. In England, during a typical medieval winter night, temperatures inside a peasant dwelling might hover just a few degrees above freezing, perhaps 35 to 40 degrees Fahrenheit, or about 2 to 4 degrees Celsius. Outside, temperatures could plunge well below freezing, sometimes reaching 10 to 15 degrees Fahrenheit, or -10 to -12 degrees Celsius, especially during the clear, still nights that peasants learned to dread most. In continental Europe, in places like Poland, the Germanic territories, or the Carpathian regions, conditions were considerably worse. Temperatures of -20 degrees Fahrenheit, or about -29 degrees Celsius, were not uncommon during the worst cold snaps, and these weren't brief overnight dips. These were sustained cold periods that could last for weeks. But temperature alone doesn't tell the full story. Medieval winters were characterized by dampness, by winds that seemed to find every gap in every wall, by the psychological weight of darkness that modern people with electric lights can barely comprehend. Imagine not seeing the sun for weeks because thick clouds hung perpetually overhead, and even when the sun did appear, it rose late and set early, giving perhaps 6 hours of weak daylight on the shortest days. The peasants we're studying lived primarily in small villages and isolated farmsteads scattered across the countryside. Their homes, which we'll explore in detail shortly, offered minimal protection from the elements. They had no weather forecasts to plan around, no stored emergency supplies from government agencies, no possibility of simply going to a store for more firewood or food. Everything they had to survive winter had to be gathered, grown, or created during the previous 3 seasons. And here's something crucial to understand. Medieval peasants weren't stupid or ignorant about their environment. In fact, they possessed a deep, nuanced understanding of weather patterns, of seasonal cycles, of what we might call practical survival ecology. They could read the sky, interpret animal behavior, recognize the signs of an approaching storm days before it arrived. They had developed, over countless generations, an impressive toolkit of survival strategies. But knowledge and preparation could only go so far. When winter arrived in full force, when the snow piled up and the wind howled and the temperature plunged, even the most prepared family faced a stark reality. They might not all survive until spring. This wasn't paranoia or pessimism. It was statistical reality. Historians studying medieval coroners' reports and parish death records have documented that mortality rates spiked dramatically during winter months, particularly among the very young, the elderly, and those already weakened by malnutrition or disease. In a harsh winter, A village of 100 people might lose 10 or 15 souls before the thaw. Everyone knew someone who hadn't survived the previous winter. Everyone lived with the knowledge that they might be next. So when we talk about how medieval peasants survived the coldest nights, we're not discussing a quaint historical curiosity. We're examining a life or death struggle that played out millions of times across Europe, across centuries, in circumstances that would challenge even well-equipped modern survival experts. These peasants were our ancestors. Their blood flows in our veins. Their survival against extraordinary odds is the reason any of us exist today to tell their story. That alone makes their struggle worth understanding. Chapter 2: Who were these peasants? To understand survival strategies, we first need to understand who was doing the surviving. The word peasant covers an enormous range of people with vastly different lives, obligations, and resources. At the top of peasant society were the yeomen and franklins, free farmers who owned their own land or held it under favorable terms. These families had more resources to draw on, better housing, more stored food, and crucially, more control over their own labor. When winter came, a yeoman farmer might have a properly constructed home with a real chimney, multiple rooms, and enough stored grain to feed his family without desperate rationing. Below them were the villeins, the backbone of medieval agricultural society. Villeins were not slaves, but they weren't free either. They were bound to the land and to their lord, required to work a certain number of days each week on the lord's domain or personal estate, in exchange for the right to farm their own strips of land. A villein family might have a decent cottage, perhaps 20 or 30 feet long and 15 feet wide, with walls of wattle and daub and a thatched roof. They would have some livestock, some stored grain, some resources to draw upon. But our story focuses primarily on those at the bottom of the social hierarchy, the cotters and boarders, peasants with very little land, and the truly landless laborers who owned nothing but their own labor and whatever pitiful possessions they could accumulate. These were the people for whom winter was most terrifying, because they had the least margin for error. A cotter family might live in a structure barely worthy of the name house, perhaps a single room 10 feet by 12 feet, with walls so thin you could see daylight through the gaps, a roof that leaked in a dozen places, and a floor of packed dirt that turned to mud whenever it rained. They might own a single cooking pot, a few wooden bowls, some threadbare blankets, and if they were lucky, a pig or a few chickens. These families lived perpetually on the edge of survival, even in good times. When winter arrived, that edge became a cliff, and the slightest misfortune, a lost pig, a sick child, a lord's unexpected demand for extra labor, could push them over into catastrophe. Let's create a composite portrait based on archaeological evidence and historical records of one such family. We'll call them the family of Thomas and Marjorie, though those probably weren't their real names. Historical records rarely bothered to record the names of common peasants. Thomas is perhaps 30 years old, though he looks older. Hard labor since childhood has weathered his skin and bent his back. He's missing several teeth, his hands are permanently calloused and scarred, and he suffers from chronic joint pain that worsens dramatically in cold weather. In the medieval world, 30 was middle-aged. Many of his childhood friends are already dead. Marjorie is 26, though childbearing has aged her as well. She's given birth 5 times. 2 of those children died in infancy, not unusual for the time period. Her surviving children are William, age 8, Alice, age 5, and baby Edmund, just 10 months old. Marjorie is perpetually exhausted, responsible not just for childcare, but for an endless cycle of domestic labor: cooking, cleaning, spinning wool, making clothes, tending the garden, caring for their few animals, gathering firewood, hauling water, and dozens of other tasks that fill every daylight hour. The family lives in what historians call a longhouse, though in their case it's barely 12 feet wide and perhaps 18 feet long. One end of this single room is for the family. The other end, separated by nothing more than a woven hurdle fence, houses their pig and 3 chickens. There's no second floor, no separate rooms, no privacy whatsoever. The walls are wattle and daub construction, vertical wooden posts with horizontal strips of wood woven between them, then plastered over with a mixture of mud, straw, and animal dung. When first constructed and well maintained, such walls can be reasonably effective. But Thomas and Marjorie's walls haven't been properly maintained. The daub has cracked and fallen away in places, leaving gaps that let in both wind and rain. They've tried to repair the worst spots with moss and mud, but there's always another crack, another gap, another place where the cold finds its way in. The roof is thatched, made from bundled reeds and straw laid in overlapping rows. It's supposed to be replaced every 15 or 20 years and patched regularly in between. But Thomas doesn't own enough land to produce surplus straw for roof repairs, and buying it from someone else is beyond his means. So the roof leaks. Not catastrophically, but enough that during heavy rains, water drips into the house in 3 or 4 places. In winter, this means ice forms inside the house. The floor is simply the earth itself, compacted from years of use but still fundamentally dirt. Marjorie has spread rushes over it, which helps somewhat with the cold rising from below and provides a slightly softer surface for the children to sleep on. But the rushes are old, matted down, and probably harbor more fleas and lice than she wants to think about. There's one small window opening, about 8 inches square, covered with a stretched and oiled animal skin that lets in a little light while keeping out some of the wind. There's no glass. Glass windows are for churches and the homes of wealthy merchants and nobles. Peasants make do with skins, or sometimes just wooden shutters that must be closed at night, leaving the interior in complete darkness except for the fire's glow. Speaking of the fire, the hearth is the center of their world. It's not a proper fireplace with a chimney, just a circle of stones in the middle of the dirt floor with a small gap in the roof above to let smoke escape, or at least attempt to escape. Much of the smoke simply fills the interior space, which has the advantage of fumigating the thatch against insects and rats, but the disadvantage of making everyone's eyes water and coating everything in a layer of greasy soot. This is the family's entire universe for 6 months of the year. From October through March, they will spend most of their time in this cold, dark, smoky, cramped space, fighting constantly against the cold that presses in from every direction. Their survival will depend on a combination of preparation, luck, community support, and sheer stubborn endurance. Some winters, families like Thomas and Marjorie's came through relatively unscathed. Other winters, tragedy struck. A child might sicken and die. The pig might freeze or starve. The father might suffer an injury that left him unable to work, dooming the family to destitution. These were the stakes. This was the reality. And now, let's explore exactly how they fought to survive. Chapter 3: The Medieval Peasant House as a Survival Machine. When modern people think about medieval houses, we often imagine stone cottages with mullioned windows and charming thatched roofs, the kind of buildings that have survived centuries and now serve as tourist attractions or expensive rural homes. But these survivors represent a tiny elite fraction of medieval construction. The houses that actually sheltered the vast majority of medieval peasants were far more humble, far more temporary, and far less effective at keeping out the cold. Archaeological excavations across Europe have revealed thousands of medieval peasant house sites. What strikes researchers most forcefully is how little remains. Unlike stone castles or churches that survived for centuries, peasant houses were built from organic materials that rotted away within a generation or two of being abandoned. Wood, thatch, daub, all of it eventually returns to the earth, leaving behind only the ghostly outlines of post holes, hearthstones, and sometimes a scatter of broken pottery. This impermanence wasn't accidental. Peasant houses were designed to be built quickly and cheaply from locally available materials. A village might undertake a house raising as a communal effort, with neighbors contributing labor, materials, and expertise to help a young family get established or replace a structure that had burned or collapsed. The most common construction method, as mentioned before, was wattle and daub. Let's examine this technique in detail because understanding it is crucial to understanding why these houses were so cold. First, wooden posts were set into the ground at intervals, creating the basic frame of the structure. These posts might be oak if the builder was fortunate enough to have access to it, but more commonly, they were whatever wood was available: ash, alder, willow, even relatively soft woods that would begin to rot within a few years. Between these upright posts, flexible wooden strips, often hazel or willow branches, were woven horizontally in a basket-like pattern. This created a lattice framework called the wattle. If you've ever seen a woven basket, you understand the basic principle. The weaving created a somewhat rigid panel, but it was full of gaps, completely unsuitable for keeping out weather. That's where the daub came in. Daub was a mixture of wet soil, clay if it was available, straw for binding, and yes, animal manure, particularly cow dung, which provided additional binding properties and a certain water resistance once it dried. This mixture was pressed into and over the wattle framework, filling the gaps and creating a solid wall. When freshly applied and well maintained, a properly daubed wall could be reasonably effective. The thick layer of clay and straw provided genuine insulation, and if the outer surface was regularly renewed and sealed, it could shed water adequately. Some peasants even whitewashed their external walls with a mixture of lime and water, which provided additional weather protection and made the house brighter and more cheerful. But here's the problem: daub required constant maintenance. The freeze-thaw cycles of winter were particularly destructive. Water would penetrate small cracks, freeze, expand, and create larger cracks. By spring, sections of wall might have simply crumbled away. Wind, rain, and simple settling of the structure all contributed to deterioration. For a prosperous yeoman with resources and time, maintaining the daub was manageable. But for a family like Thomas and Marjorie's, living constantly on the edge of survival, proper maintenance was a luxury they often couldn't afford. They patched the worst gaps with whatever they could find: moss, mud, old rags, bundles of straw, but the walls remained fundamentally compromised. And even in perfect condition, wattle and daub walls were thin, usually only 4 to 6 inches thick. Compare that to a modern insulated wall, which might be 8 to 12 inches thick, with multiple layers of specialized materials, and you begin to understand the challenge. The roof presented its own set of problems. Thatching was an art that required real skill. A properly laid thatch roof, built with fresh, dry straw or reeds at the correct angle and thickness, could last 20 years and would shed water effectively. The thick layer of vegetative material provided decent insulation, keeping heat in during winter and the interior cool during summer. But again, proper thatching required resources. You needed a substantial quantity of straw or reeds, more than a single family's land would produce in a year. You needed someone with the skill to do the work properly, and you needed to maintain it, adding fresh material to the top every few years and repairing damaged sections after storms. Many peasant roofs were barely adequate when new and deteriorated rapidly. The pitch might be too shallow, causing water to pool and rot the thatch. The thatch might be too thin, providing inadequate insulation. Old, compacted thatch lost its water-shedding properties and became heavy, increasing the risk of collapse. In our composite household, Thomas has patched his roof repeatedly, pulling straw from the bedding, the animal shelter, anywhere he can find it, and stuffing it into the obvious gaps. But the roof is fundamentally old and inadequate. When wind drives rain horizontally, water finds its way through. In winter, this means ice forms on the interior of the thatch, creating a frozen layer that actually prevents smoke from escaping, making the interior even more acrid and choking. The floor, that simple packed earth we mentioned, was both a necessity and a vulnerability. Some wealthier peasants had floors of flat stones or tiles, which provided better insulation and were easier to keep clean, but most made do with dirt. Over time, the floor level in a medieval house actually rose. Year after year of spreading fresh rushes or straw, of tracking in mud, of dropping food scraps, all of this accumulated in layers. Archaeologists excavating medieval house sites often find stratigraphy showing how floors rose by inches or even feet over decades of occupation. This accumulation had one advantage. It provided some insulation from the frozen ground below, but it also created a rich ecosystem for parasites, rodents, and insects. And in the coldest months, despite the accumulated layers, the floor remained deeply cold, radiating chill upward into the living space. Windows, or rather the lack of them, presented a different kind of challenge. Light meant gaps, and gaps meant heat loss. So most peasant houses had minimal fenestration. Our composite family's single small window, covered with oiled skin, represents a compromise between the need for some daylight and the imperative to minimize heat loss. During the coldest nights, even this small window would be covered with additional materials: a wooden shutter, a bundle of straw, anything to block the wind. This meant living in nearly complete darkness, illuminated only by the fire's uncertain glow. We'll explore the psychological impact of this darkness later. The door was another vulnerability. Medieval peasant doors were usually simple wooden planks hung on leather hinges. They didn't fit tightly in their frames. Precision carpentry was beyond most peasants' capabilities, so cold air constantly seeped around the edges. Some families hung a heavy cloth or an animal skin inside the door for additional protection, but this was only partially effective. Taken together, all of these architectural features created a structure that was, let's be honest, barely adequate for its purpose. A medieval peasant house in winter was only marginally warmer than the outside environment. It kept off the rain and snow, blocked some of the wind, and contained the fire's warmth. But it did all of these things imperfectly. Understanding this architectural reality is crucial to appreciating the survival strategies we'll explore next. Every other technique the peasants employed, from clothing layers to sleeping arrangements to fire management, was designed to compensate for the fundamental inadequacy of their shelter. Modern building science has given us precise metrics for evaluating structures. We talk about R values for insulation, air changes per hour for infiltration, thermal bridging, vapor barriers, all the technical language of creating truly weather-tight, comfortable buildings. A medieval peasant house would fail catastrophically by any of these modern standards. It would be considered uninhabitable, unsafe, unsuitable for human occupation. And yet, millions of people not only occupied such structures, but managed to survive in them, year after year, winter after winter. How? That's what we're here to discover. Chapter 4: Regional Variations in Housing. Before we move on from architecture, it's important to acknowledge that not all medieval peasant houses were identical. The wattle and daub construction we've been discussing was common across much of England and western France, but building techniques varied considerably based on local climate, available materials, and cultural traditions. In Scandinavia and parts of northern Germany, timber was abundant, and houses were often built from horizontal logs, creating structures that were considerably more weather-tight than wattle and daub. The gaps between logs were chinked with moss, clay, or a mixture of materials, creating a more effective seal against the wind. These log houses could be quite warm inside, at least by medieval standards, especially when combined with other techniques we'll discuss. The Scandinavians also developed the turf house, particularly in Iceland and Norway. These remarkable structures were built partly or entirely underground, with thick walls of stacked turf blocks providing substantial insulation. The earth itself became part of the building envelope, using the ground's relatively constant temperature as a buffer against the extreme cold of the surface. A well-built turf house, occupied by a family and their livestock, could remain surprisingly warm even in the depths of an Arctic winter. In the alpine regions, builders developed the chalet style, with thick timber walls, deep overhanging eaves to shed heavy snow, and often a stable on the ground floor with living quarters above. The animal's body heat rose through gaps in the floor, warming the human living space. This vertical arrangement of humans above animals was more sophisticated than the horizontal sharing we see in lowland houses, and likely more effective. In the warmer Mediterranean regions, winter cold was less severe but still present, especially in interior and mountainous areas. Houses there were often built of stone, which provided better protection against both summer heat and winter cold. However, stone construction required more skill and resources, so poorer peasants still lived in simpler structures that left them vulnerable during cold snaps. In Eastern Europe, particularly in Poland and Russia, the combination of abundant timber and severe winter cold led to the development of highly efficient log houses with thick walls and sophisticated heating systems. The Russian stove, or pek, was a massive masonry structure that absorbed heat from wood fires and radiated it slowly over many hours. Families would even sleep on top of these warm stoves during the coldest nights. These regional variations are important because they remind us that human beings are remarkably adaptive. When faced with the challenge of winter survival, different cultures developed different solutions based on their particular circumstances. There was no single right way to build a house for winter, only a spectrum of approaches, each with its own advantages and compromises. For our purposes, though, we'll continue to focus primarily on the experience of peasants in England and northern France, the wattle and daub dwellers, because they represent a kind of middle ground, cold enough that survival was challenging, but not so extreme that the solutions became completely specialized. Chapter 5: The Hearth as the Heart of Winter Survival. If medieval peasant architecture was fundamentally inadequate, what actually kept families alive through winter nights? The answer, first and foremost, was fire. The hearth was far more than a cooking apparatus or a source of light. It was the physical and symbolic center of the household, the element that transformed a cold shelter into something that could sustain human life. The importance of fire to medieval peasants cannot be overstated. It was everything: warmth, light, food preparation, water purification, protection against predators and malevolent spirits, and comfort in a hostile world. In most peasant houses, the hearth was simply a circular or rectangular area in the center of the floor, marked out with stones or a low earthen ridge to contain the fire and coals. There was no raised hearth, no fireback to radiate heat, no proper chimney in the modern sense. Just a circle of stones, some partially burned wood, a pile of ashes, and above it all, a hole in the roof to let smoke escape. This arrangement was far from ideal. Much of the heat went straight up and out through the smoke hole. The smoke didn't all escape neatly upward. Instead, a lot of it swirled around the interior of the house, eventually finding its way out through the thatch, the gaps in the walls, or the smoke hole, but taking its time about it. The result was that the interior of a medieval peasant house was constantly smoky, making eyes water and coating everything with a layer of greasy soot. But this smoke had advantages. It fumigated the thatch, killing or driving off insects that might otherwise infest the roof. It cured any meat or fish hanging from the rafters. And in a strange way, the smoke itself created a warmer layer of air in the upper part of the house, reducing heat loss through the roof. The fuel for the fire was in constant concern that shaped much of peasant life. Firewood seems free to modern people who don't depend on it for survival, but to medieval peasants, it represented a precious resource that required constant labor to obtain and carefully management to use efficiently. In theory, peasants had access to deadfall and small branches from the common woodlands. But by the late medieval period, population pressure had created serious wood scarcity in many regions. Lords increasingly restricted access to forests, reserving large trees for timber and limiting peasants to gathering small branches and deadfall. Some manorial records show peasants being fined or punished for taking wood beyond their allowance. Even where wood was relatively available, gathering it was backbreaking labor. Imagine Thomas in autumn knowing that winter is coming. He needs to accumulate enough firewood to keep a fire burning every night for 6 months. He can't just cut down trees. That's forbidden and probably impossible anyway without metal tools. Instead, he must range through the woods, gathering fallen branches, dragging them home, and storing them somewhere dry. How much wood does he need? A rough estimate suggests that keeping a fire burning continuously through a cold night might consume 20 to 30 pounds of wood. Over a 6-month winter, that's well over 2 tons of wood. Gathering, transporting, and storing 2 tons of anything without modern tools is an enormous undertaking, and that's assuming the wood is dry. Wet or green wood produces more smoke and less heat, making it far less efficient. So the wood had to be gathered in advance and stored somewhere protected from rain and snow, another challenge for a family with limited storage space. When firewood was scarce, peasants burned anything combustible. Peat, where available, was a valuable fuel source. Cut from boggy areas and dried over summer, peat burned slowly with reasonable heat, though it produced acrid smoke. Animal dung dried in cakes was another alternative fuel. It sounds desperate to modern sensibilities, but dried cow or sheep dung burns adequately, and when firewood is scarce, you use what you have. Some peasants gathered furs, gorse, or other shrubby plants that burned hot and fast, useful for cooking but less ideal for overnight warmth. Straw could be burned in emergencies, but it provided little heat and was too valuable as animal bedding and roof material to waste as fuel. The fire itself required constant attention and skill. You couldn't just toss logs on a pile and walk away. Creating a fire that burned efficiently, providing maximum heat with minimum fuel consumption, was an art that took years to master. The basic principle was to create a bed of hot coals that provided sustained heat with just enough flame to keep the coals active and produce visible light. Too much flame meant wasted heat going up and out. Too little meant the fire might die, which was catastrophic. Marjorie, the woman in our composite household, would have learned fire management from her mother and practiced it daily for years. She knew exactly how to arrange kindling to catch from a single spark. She understood which woods burned hottest and which lasted longest. She could read the color and behavior of flames to know when to add fuel and when to let the fire subside to coals. The morning fire building routine was crucial. Ideally, if the fire had been properly banked the night before, there would still be living coals under the ash. Marjorie would carefully brush away the ash, exposing the ember that had survived the night. She'd lay small twigs and dry grass over it, then gently blow to encourage flame. Once a small flame caught, she'd add progressively larger pieces of wood until the fire was established. If the coals had died completely overnight, the process became much more difficult. She'd need to create fire from scratch using flint and steel or by using a fire drill. Striking flint against steel produced sparks that could be caught in a bundle of dry tinder. Char cloth was ideal, if available. Once the tinder caught a spark and began to glow, it could be carefully nurtured into flame with gentle blowing and the addition of fine, dry grass or wood shavings. This process could take many minutes, even for an experienced person with good materials. In cold, damp winter conditions, it could be even more challenging. Imagine standing in a freezing house, your breath forming clouds, your fingers numb, trying to coax a spark into flame while hungry children wait for warmth and breakfast. This is why keeping the fire alive was so important. Every night, the last task before sleep was banking the fire, and every morning, the first task upon waking was reviving it. The continuity of the fire represented the continuity of the household itself. Chapter 6: The Art and Science of Fire Banking. Fire banking deserves its own detailed examination because it was perhaps the single most important survival skill a medieval peasant could possess. The technique seems simple in description, but required genuine expertise in execution. The goal of fire banking was to preserve a portion of the fire's heat and coals through the night, allowing for easy rekindling in the morning without the difficult and time-consuming process of creating fire from scratch. The technique involved carefully managing the relationship between fuel, oxygen, and insulation. As bedtime approached, which in winter might be shortly after dark, around 5 or 6 in the evening, the family would prepare the hearth for the long night ahead. First, any large pieces of wood would be allowed to burn down to coals. Flames are dramatic but inefficient for banking. You want a deep bed of glowing coals. Once the coals were ready, the banking process began. Using a stick or a flat piece of wood, the coals would be arranged into a compact pile in the center of the hearth. Then, ashes from previous fires would be carefully mounded over the coals, completely covering them in a thick blanket of fine ash. The physics here are elegant. The ash layer cut off most of the oxygen supply to the coals, slowing combustion almost to a stop, but crucially, not completely to a stop. Deep in the center of the coal pile, combustion continued at an extremely slow rate, barely enough to keep the coals alive. The ash also acted as insulation, holding in the heat and preventing it from radiating away into the cold night air. A properly banked fire could maintain living coals for 12 hours or even longer. When morning came, the ash could be carefully brushed aside, revealing coals that were still glowing red at their center. These coals could be quickly revived with fresh fuel and gentle blowing, bringing the fire back to life in a matter of minutes. But the technique required precision. Too much ash, packed too tightly, and the coals might smother completely. Too little ash, and the coals would burn through their fuel during the night and die. The size and arrangement of the coal pile mattered as well. Coals needed to be in contact with each other to share heat, but the pile needed enough internal structure to allow for minimal air circulation. Different types of wood produced coals with different properties. Oak coals were prized because they burned slowly and held their heat for a long time, making them ideal for banking. Hardwoods generally produced better coals than softwoods, but often peasants had to make do with whatever fuel they had, and they learned to adjust their banking technique accordingly. Some families developed elaborate superstitions and rituals around fire banking. Prayers might be said over the banked fire, asking God or various saints to preserve the flame through the night. Some believed that making the sign of the cross over the coals would help them survive. These beliefs probably had little practical effect, but they reflect the psychological importance of the banked fire. It represented security, continuity, the assurance that warmth would return with the morning. The alternative to successful fire banking was grim. If the coals died during the night, someone would have to relight the fire from scratch in the freezing darkness of early morning. The practical difficulty was bad enough, but there was also a psychological dimension. A dead hearth felt like a failure, a breakdown in the household's basic functioning, almost a violation of the natural order. In the worst cases, if the materials for fire starting weren't readily available, or if conditions were particularly unfavorable, a family might have to beg a coal from a neighbor. This meant admitting your failure to maintain your own fire, accepting a position of dependence and debt. In the close-knit but often contentious world of medieval villages, such an admission could carry social costs. Some villages developed a practice of maintaining a perpetual fire at a central location, perhaps at the manor house, the church, or a prominent villager's home, that could serve as a backup source when individual households' fires failed. But this wasn't universal, and even where such a practice existed, having to rely on it marked you as incompetent or unlucky. Children learned fire banking from a young age. By the time William, the 8-year-old in our composite household, was 5 or 6, he would have been expected to understand the basics. By 8, he might be trusted to bank the fire himself under supervision. This wasn't just practical education, it was initiation into adult responsibility, learning a skill that might someday mean the difference between life and death for his own family. Some historians have noted that fire banking may have influenced sleep patterns. In a world without electric lights, sleep naturally aligned with darkness. But in winter, when darkness lasted 16 hours or more, no one could sleep that entire time. Instead, medieval people may have practiced segmented sleep, sleeping for a few hours after dark, then waking for an hour or two in the middle of the night, then sleeping again until dawn. During that middle of the night waking period, someone would check the fire. If the banking was failing, if the coals seemed in danger of dying, this was the time to intervene, adding more fuel or adjusting the ash covering. The fire watcher might also handle other nighttime tasks, checking on a sick child, seeing to the animals, simply sitting quietly in the darkness and contemplating the mysterious nature of existence. When morning finally arrived, the successful revival of the fire was a small daily miracle, a victory over the cold and darkness. Marjorie would kneel by the hearth, brush away the ash, and feel genuine relief when she saw that telltale red glow. Another night survived, another day beginning, the fire reborn, and with it, hope. Chapter 7, Managing Smoke and Its Consequences. We've discussed fire as the primary defense against cold, but we need to address its major drawback, smoke. Living in a medieval peasant house meant living in smoke, constantly, for months at a time. The health consequences were severe and worth examining. Without a proper chimney, smoke from the hearth filled the interior of the house before eventually finding its way out through the smoke hole, gaps in the thatch, and cracks in the walls. The concentration was worst near the ceiling and less severe closer to the floor, which is one reason why peasants' furniture, what little they had, was low to the ground. The smoke wasn't just annoying, it was toxic. Wood smoke contains particulate matter, carbon monoxide, and various volatile organic compounds. Chronic exposure to these pollutants caused serious health problems. Respiratory diseases were endemic among medieval peasants, and smoke inhalation was a major contributing factor. Archaeological examination of medieval skeletons often reveals evidence of chronic respiratory conditions. Blackened lung tissue, when preserved, shows the effects of years of smoke exposure. Historical medical texts from the period frequently mention persistent coughs, breathing difficulties, and chest ailments that we can now recognize as symptoms of chronic smoke inhalation. Eye problems were also common. The constant irritation from smoke led to chronic inflammation, infections, and progressive vision damage. Many medieval people suffered from watering eyes, partial blindness, and other vision problems that were at least partly attributable to smoke exposure. But as destructive as smoke was to human health, peasants had little choice but to endure it. Fire was non-negotiable. Without it, you froze, so you accepted the smoke as the price of warmth. Some techniques existed to manage the smoke somewhat. The placement and size of the smoke hole mattered. If it was too large, too much heat escaped. If it was too small, smoke backed up into the living space even worse. Finding the optimal size was a matter of trial and error. Wind direction affected smoke behavior dramatically. When wind blew from certain directions, it could create downdrafts that pushed smoke back into the house. Experienced householders learned to recognize these conditions and sometimes adjusted the smoke hole covering to compensate, though this was difficult and not always effective. The type of fuel burned also mattered. Dry, well-seasoned hardwood produced relatively clean smoke. Green wood, peat, and especially dung produced thicker, more acrid smoke. When fuel choices were limited, as they often were, you burned what you had and suffered the consequences. Interestingly, smoke had some benefits that partially offset its health costs. The constant fumigation of the thatch helped control insect infestations. Thatched roofs without regular smoke exposure tended to become infested with beetles, moths, and other insects that would eventually destroy the thatch. The smoke also helped preserve any food hanging in the upper part of the house. Meat, fish, cheese could all be smoke-cured simply by hanging them from the rafters. The smoke-filled environment also had a social leveling effect. Rich and poor alike, if they lived in traditional housing, suffered from smoke exposure. This changed gradually over the late medieval period, as wealthier families began constructing houses with proper chimneys and fireplaces. But throughout most of the Middle Ages, smoke was a universal experience. Children born into this environment adapted to it somewhat. Their developing lungs and eyes became acclimated to constant low-level smoke exposure. But this adaptation came at a cost. Respiratory problems and eye damage were so common that they were simply accepted as normal aspects of human existence. The evening ritual of smoke-filled darkness had a particular quality. As night fell and the family gathered around the fire, the smoke would create a kind of hazy atmosphere, softening the firelight and creating an enclosed, intimate space. This wasn't romantic or cozy by modern standards, but it became the normal sensory environment of home. Stories told around the fire took on a different character in the smoke. Shadows danced more dramatically. Voices became slightly hoarse. The boundaries between the real and the mythical blurred in the haze. It's not coincidental that medieval folklore is full of spirits and supernatural beings. In a smoke-filled house at night, with wind howling outside and strange shadows flickering in the corners, it was easy to believe in ghosts and demons. When morning came and the door was opened to let in fresh air, the smoke would billow out in great clouds. For a few precious minutes, the air inside the house would clear somewhat, providing temporary relief before cooking fires and the day's activities filled it with smoke again. Modern experiments have attempted to recreate the conditions inside a medieval peasant house. Volunteers spending nights in reconstructed historical buildings consistently report that smoke is one of the most challenging aspects to endure. Even people who conceptually understand and accept the historical accuracy find the constant eye and throat irritation difficult to bear. Yet medieval peasants endured this not for a night or a week, but for their entire lives. Every winter, month after month in smoke, every meal cooked in smoke, every night's sleep in smoke, children born, raised, and dying in smoke. It's a reminder of just how different their sensory world was from ours and how much they endured simply to survive. Chapter 8. Layering as a survival strategy. If architecture and fire were inadequate to keep the cold at bay, the next line of defense was clothing. Medieval peasants developed sophisticated layering strategies that, while far from perfect, provided crucial additional warmth. Let's start with the basic materials available. Wool was by far the most common fabric for peasant clothing. Sheep were kept throughout Europe, and while the finest wool went to make cloth for the wealthy, coarser wool was spun and woven into fabric for everyday use. The wool available to peasants wasn't the soft merino we might imagine. It was coarse, scratchy, often poorly processed. But it had one crucial advantage. Wool retains much of its insulating properties, even when damp. Unlike linen or cotton, which become worse than useless when wet, wool continues to provide some warmth. In the damp climate of medieval Europe, this property was life-saving. A typical peasant might own 2 or 3 woolen tunics of varying quality and thickness. The innermost garment would be a linen shirt or shift, worn directly against the skin. Linen was easier to wash than wool and provided a layer of protection between the scratchy wool and sensitive skin. Over the linen undergarment came the main woolen tunic, a simple pullover garment that fell to the knees for men or ankles for women. This tunic might be the only substantial piece of clothing a poor peasant owned. It would be worn every day until it literally fell apart, then patched, mended, and worn some more. In cold weather, additional layers were added. A second tunic over the first. Woolen hose or leg wrappings, strips of cloth wound around the legs and secured with ties, provided leg protection. A cloak or mantle of heavier wool, sometimes with a hood, could be wrapped around the shoulders. The cloak deserves special mention because it was such a versatile garment. During the day, it could be worn draped over the shoulders while working, providing warmth without restricting arm movement. At night, it became a blanket. It could be used to carry things, to create a temporary shelter, even as a ground cloth. A good woolen cloak was a prized possession, often one of the few items valuable enough to be mentioned in wills. Footwear was another challenge. Leather shoes or boots were expensive and beyond the means of the poorest peasants. Many went barefoot or wore simple cloth foot wrappings that provided minimal protection. Some had wooden clogs, which kept feet off the cold ground, but provided no real warmth. The wealthy might have leather shoes stuffed with straw or sheep's wool for insulation, but this was a luxury most peasants couldn't afford. In winter, the lack of adequate footwear was a serious problem. Frostbite on toes and feet was common. Even if tissue didn't freeze to the point of needing amputation, chronic cold exposure caused painful chilblains, inflamed, itchy, painful swelling that could persist for weeks. Hands suffered similarly. Gloves or mittens were rare among peasants. Most made do with wrapping their hands in rags or pulling their sleeves down over their fingers. This was barely adequate for warmth and made fine work nearly impossible. Winter tasks requiring manual dexterity, like rope work or detailed repair tasks, became agonizing as numb fingers refused to cooperate. Headwear was more common because it was relatively easy to make. A simple cap or hood of wool kept some heat from escaping through the head and protected the ears, which were particularly vulnerable to frostbite. Women typically wore wimples or headcloths that covered the hair and wrapped around the neck, providing good protection, though making them look, to modern eyes, rather severe. The overall effect of medieval peasant clothing was less quaint historical costume and more desperate improvisation. Imagine someone wearing multiple layers of rough, scratchy, unwashed wool, patched in multiple places with whatever scraps were available, belted with rope or leather strips, with rags wrapped around their feet and hands. Colors would have been dull, natural wool colors of brown, gray, and off-white, or perhaps colors from cheap, fugitive dyes that quickly faded to muddy browns. The wealthier peasants might have a tunic dyed with more permanent colors, but bright, vibrant clothing was for the upper classes, and everything would have been dirty by modern standards. Washing woolen clothing was difficult and could damage the fabric, so it was done infrequently. A layer of grime, sweat, grease, and wood smoke permeated every garment. This layer had an unintended benefit. It actually improved the insulating properties of the fabric, filling in gaps and creating an additional barrier against the wind. The strategic filth we'll discuss in more detail shortly, but here's the key point. Medieval peasants understood intuitively that clean clothing wasn't warm clothing. The natural oils from skin, combined with accumulated dirt and grease, created a kind of natural weatherproofing. Washing removed this protective layer, leaving you colder. So particularly in winter, washing clothing was kept to an absolute minimum. Children's clothing followed the same principles, but with additional challenges. Children grew, meaning garments needed to be made oversized and adjusted as the child developed. Hand-me-downs were universal. A child might wear a garment that had been worn by 2 or 3 older siblings before reaching them. By that point, it would be heavily patched, faded, and worn thin, but it was still better than nothing. Swaddling infants in winter presented special difficulties. Babies needed to be kept warm, but they also needed frequent diaper changes, such as they were usually just rags that were rinsed and reused. The conflict between maintaining warmth and maintaining hygiene was difficult to resolve. Many families simply kept babies wrapped tightly in layers of cloth and blankets for long periods, changing them only when absolutely necessary. The psychological aspect of clothing shouldn't be ignored either. There's a dignity and comfort that comes from wearing clean, intact, attractive clothing. Medieval peasants had little access to this comfort. They wore functional garments that were often uncomfortable, always unfashionable, and sometimes literally falling apart. This constant reminder of poverty and low status was one more burden to carry through the long winter months. Chapter 9: The Controversial Practice of Strategic Filth. Modern sensibilities recoil from the idea of deliberately avoiding bathing or washing clothes. But for medieval peasants, especially in winter, cleanliness wasn't just impractical, it was potentially dangerous. Let's be clear about what we're discussing. This isn't about medieval people being ignorant or not valuing cleanliness. Many cultures throughout the medieval world had sophisticated bathing traditions. Islamic societies, for example, maintained the Roman bathhouse tradition and made regular bathing a religious obligation. Byzantine culture preserved Roman bathing customs. Even in Western Europe, public bathhouses existed in larger towns. But for rural peasants, especially in the depths of winter, bathing was fraught with practical difficulties and genuine risks. First, the practical challenges. Heating enough water to bathe required enormous amounts of fuel. Remember that firewood was scarce and precious. Every piece of wood burned to heat bathwater was wood not available for cooking or warmth. For a family already struggling to maintain their hearth fire, heating gallons of water for bathing was an unaffordable luxury. Second, the logistics. Most peasant houses didn't have dedicated bathing facilities. Bathing would happen in a wooden tub, if the family owned one, or more likely in a simple basin, meaning only partial bathing was possible. Full immersion bathing would require going to a stream or river, which in winter meant breaking ice and subjecting yourself to frigid water, a recipe for hypothermia. Third, the health risks. Medieval people understood, based on observation, if not scientific knowledge, that getting wet in winter was dangerous. They had seen people sicken and die after exposure to cold water. We now understand that cold water immersion causes rapid heat loss, and if you don't have adequate means to warm up afterwards, it can be fatal. Medieval peasants lacked both the theoretical understanding and the practical ability to bathe safely in winter. So instead of bathing regularly, they adapted. They learned to live with their own smell and that of their neighbors. Olfactory fatigue meant that the smells they lived with constantly became less noticeable over time. Everyone smelled, so no one stood out for smelling. But this wasn't just passive acceptance. There was, as mentioned earlier, a functional benefit to the accumulation of oils and dirt on skin and clothing. These natural layers provided additional insulation and weather resistance. Shepherds and outdoor workers in particular developed thick layers of lanolin, the natural grease from sheep's wool, on their clothing and skin, creating an almost waterproof barrier. Some medieval medical texts actually warned against excessive bathing in winter, claiming it opened the pores and let in disease. While the reasoning was wrong by modern standards, disease doesn't enter through open pores. The practical conclusion wasn't entirely wrong. Bathing in winter, given medieval conditions, probably did increase the risk of illness, not because of open pores, but because of the cold exposure it entailed. Personal hygiene did exist, but in modified forms. Dry cleaning, using sand or grain to scrub the skin without water, was practiced by some. Combing hair to remove parasites was a regular activity. Teeth were cleaned with hazel twigs or rough cloth, though dental hygiene was generally poor by modern standards. Clothing was occasionally brushed or beaten to remove the worst of the accumulated dirt, and sometimes aired by hanging outside on dry days. This refreshed garments somewhat without requiring the water and fuel needed for washing. Airing was particularly important for removing the smoke smell that permeated everything, though since houses were constantly smoky, this was somewhat futile. The arrival of spring and warmer weather brought the first opportunity for serious cleaning. Medieval people had a tradition of spring cleaning that was more than just tidying. It was the first real washing of bodies, clothes, bedding, and houses after the winter's accumulation. The relief must have been enormous. Parasites, of course, were a constant problem exacerbated by the lack of bathing and washing. Lice, fleas, and bedbugs were universal among medieval peasants. These weren't signs of particular uncleanliness. Even fairly clean people would be infested given the living conditions. Regular delousing sessions, where family members picked lice and nits from each other's hair, were part of the routine. These parasites were more than just annoying. They caused constant itching, sleep disruption, and skin infections. More seriously, they could carry diseases. Typhus, transmitted by body lice, was a major killer in medieval Europe. The plague was transmitted by fleas. Living in close quarters with multiple species of parasite-carrying vermin created perfect conditions for disease transmission. But what choice did peasants have? They couldn't eliminate the parasites entirely with the tools available to them. They managed the infestation as best they could and accepted the rest as an unavoidable part of life. The psychological impact of this constant uncleanliness is worth considering. Modern people derive comfort and self-esteem from being clean. We feel better after a shower or bath, and feeling dirty creates genuine psychological discomfort. Medieval peasants had to construct a different relationship with their bodies, one that didn't depend on cleanliness for self-worth. Or perhaps they experienced cleanliness differently. Perhaps the occasional washing felt more precious because it was rare. Perhaps the first bath in spring, shedding months of accumulated grime, provided a euphoria that we, with our daily showers, never experience. It's also worth noting that medieval attitudes toward bodily cleanliness were complex and varied. Religious ascetics sometimes embraced filth as a form of penance and mortification of the flesh. Some saints were praised for never bathing, but these were extreme religious practices, not representative of ordinary people's attitudes. Most peasants probably would have preferred to be cleaner if they could have done so practically and safely. The strategic filth we're discussing wasn't a preference or a cultural value. It was an adaptation to circumstances that made regular bathing impractical and potentially dangerous. Understanding this helps us appreciate the full scope of medieval peasant life. Not only were they cold and hungry and living in inadequate shelter, they were also dirty in ways that modern people find almost incomprehensible. Every aspect of life was harder, less comfortable, more challenging than we can easily imagine from our warm, clean, comfortable modern perspective. Chapter 10. The Medieval Bed. When we think of beds, we imagine soft mattresses, clean sheets, comfortable pillows, warm blankets. The medieval peasant sleeping experience was nothing like this. For the poorest peasants, bed might simply mean a pile of straw or rushes on the floor, perhaps with a coarse blanket to lie under. This was barely distinguishable from the floor itself, offering minimal comfort and minimal insulation from the cold earth below. Slightly more prosperous peasants might heave a wooden bed frame, nothing more than a rectangular frame of rough timbers raised a few inches off the ground. This frame would be filled with straw, hay, or dried rushes, creating a mattress of sorts. A sack or piece of coarse fabric might contain the straw, creating a unified mattress, or the straw might simply be piled loose within the frame. The advantage of a raised bed wasn't comfort. The straw would have been lumpy, uneven, and constantly shifting beneath you. The advantage was insulation from the ground. Even a few inches of airspace between the sleeper and the frozen earth below made a significant difference in warmth. Straw had both benefits and drawbacks as a bedding material. Fresh, dry straw provided decent insulation and was relatively soft compared to sleeping on bare ground. But straw compacted quickly under the weight of sleeping bodies, losing much of its loft and insulating properties within a few weeks. It also harbored parasites, fleas, lice, mites, and sometimes mice or rats nested in the warm straw. Changing the straw bedding was an event that might happen a few times a year, when the old straw had become too compacted, too infested, or too smelly to tolerate any longer. The old straw would be removed and either spread on fields as fertilizer or fed to animals, and fresh straw brought in. In winter, this was problematic because fresh straw was often in short supply, already allocated to animal bedding, roof repairs, and other essential uses. Rushes were an alternative to straw in areas where they grew abundantly. Rushes compressed less than straw and had a pleasant, slightly sweet smell when fresh. But like straw, they harbored parasites and needed regular replacement. Some peasants experimented with other materials. Dried bracken, heather, or even leaves could serve as bedding in places where straw and rushes were scarce. Each had its own properties. Bracken was somewhat springy. Heather had a lovely smell when fresh, but was quite prickly. Leaves compressed almost immediately to nothing. Blankets, where they existed, were woolen. A single coarse woolen blanket might be the only covering available to a poor family. This blanket would be shared with family members sleeping close together to combine their body heats and share the single covering. Wealthier peasants might have multiple blankets and perhaps even a feather bed, a fabric case stuffed with chicken or goose feathers or down. But these were luxuries far beyond the reach of most. Feathers were valuable, and collecting enough to stuff a bed-sized case required patience and resources. A feather bed was the kind of possession that would be carefully noted in a will and passed down through generations. Pillows were similarly rare. A bundle of rags or a sack stuffed with straw might serve as a pillow for those who had one. Many simply used a piece of wood or a folded cloak to raise their head slightly. The sleeping position on these crude beds was constrained by both the bedding itself and the need to conserve warmth. People slept curled up, knees drawn toward chest, minimizing exposed surface area. Families slept pressed together, sharing warmth and blankets. The expression bundling referred to this practice of sleeping in close contact, which was purely practical in a medieval context. Survival, not intimacy, was the primary motivation. Sleeping arrangements also reflected family hierarchy and practical considerations. The parents might sleep on one end of the bed or straw pile, with children arranged near them. Infants would be kept very close to the mother for easy nursing and because they were most vulnerable to the cold. Older children might sleep at the foot of the bed or on separate piles of straw nearby. These sleeping arrangements offered no privacy whatsoever. Everything happened in the presence of the entire family. The sounds of the night, snoring, coughing, babies crying, parents moving around checking the fire or seeing to the animals, were shared by everyone. Modern notions of private bedrooms, of having a space to retreat to, simply didn't exist for medieval peasants. The lack of privacy extended to all bodily functions. Chamber pots, if they existed, were used within the common sleeping area. More often, people would step outside to urinate or defecate, which in winter meant braving the freezing night air for a few miserable moments. The alternative was to simply endure until morning, which many chose to do. Sleep itself was different from modern patterns. As mentioned earlier, historians believe many medieval people practiced segmented sleep, sleeping for a few hours after dark, the first sleep, waking for an hour or two in the middle of the night, then sleeping again until dawn, the second sleep. This pattern has been observed in pre-industrial societies and may have been the natural human sleep rhythm before artificial lighting changed our habits. During the waking period in the middle of the night, people might engage in quiet activities, praying, thinking, talking softly with a spouse, tending the fire, checking on children or animals. Some medieval prayer books included prayers specifically designed for these middle-of-the-night waking periods. This segmented sleep pattern may have been particularly adaptive in winter. It provided a natural time to check and maintain the banked fire without having to wake from deep sleep. It also broke the long winter night into more manageable periods. 16 hours of darkness is psychologically daunting. Breaking it into 2 sleep periods with a brief waking interval might have made it more bearable. Dreams, in this context, took on particular significance. In a world without television, movies, or books for entertainment, dreams were one of the few sources of vivid imagery and narrative. People remembered and discussed their dreams, interpreting them for omens and meanings. Winter dreams, influenced by cold, hunger, and discomfort, must have often been strange and disturbing. The quality of sleep on a medieval peasant bed was poor by modern standards. The surface was lumpy and shifting. The cold crept up from below and in from all sides. Parasites bit and crawled. Other family members moved, coughed, snored. The smoke from the dying fire irritated nose and throat. The wind howled outside and sometimes whistled through gaps in the walls. Yet somehow, exhausted by a day of hard physical labor, people did sleep. The human body is remarkably adaptive. What would seem unbearable to us became normal to them. They knew no other way. Morning came early and dark. In the depths of winter, dawn might not arrive until 7 or 8 o'clock, but peasants rose earlier, guided by ingrained habit and the need to revive the fire and begin the day's work. They rose from their lumpy, cold, shared beds, stiff and achy, but alive. Another night survived, another day to face. Chapter 11 of Sleeping Positions and Thermal Strategies. The way medieval peasants arranged themselves for sleep wasn't random. It reflected careful, albeit intuitive, understanding of heat conservation and survival priorities. The most basic principle was minimizing exposed surface area. Heat loss occurs through radiation, where warm bodies radiate heat into cooler surroundings, and through convection, where moving air carries heat away. By curling into a fetal position, people reduce their exposed surface area significantly compared to lying stretched out. Families sleeping together in close contact created what we might call a thermal mass. Each body generated heat, roughly 100 watts per person when at rest, similar to a bright light bulb. In a cold environment, this heat normally radiates away quickly, but when bodies are pressed together, much of that heat is retained within the group rather than being lost to the surrounding air. The arrangement of bodies reflected both thermal strategy and social hierarchy. The center position in a group of sleeping people was warmest, surrounded on all sides by other heat-generating bodies. The edges were coldest, exposed on one side to the ambient air. Typically, the most vulnerable individuals, infants, the elderly, or anyone sick, would be placed in the center where warmth was greatest. Young, healthy adults who could generate the most body heat and tolerate cold better would occupy the perimeter positions, acting as human insulation for the more vulnerable central sleepers. This arrangement also had a protective element. Parents sleeping on the outside edges of the bed could more easily rise during the night to tend the fire or deal with problems without disturbing the whole family. They also placed themselves between any potential dangers, whether wild animals, intruders, or simply drafts, and their children. The practice of sleeping in the same bed with livestock, which we'll discuss in detail shortly, followed similar logic. Large animals like cows or oxen generate substantial body heat. A full-grown cow radiates roughly 400 to 600 watts of heat, several times more than a human. Positioning human sleeping areas near or even directly against animal sleeping areas allowed families to benefit from this heat. Some medieval houses had a half wall or low partition separating the human and animal ends of the house. This kept the animals somewhat contained while still allowing their warmth to radiate into the human living space. The barrier was often low enough that body heat could easily pass over it. Blanket sharing required its own etiquette and strategy. When a single blanket had to cover multiple people, the arrangement mattered. The blanket would be pulled up to cover everyone, with the edges tucked under the bodies of those on the perimeter to minimize drafts. The problem was that any movement by one person risked uncovering everyone else. Medieval folk wisdom included various beliefs about sleeping arrangements. Some believed that sleeping with your head to the north and feet to the south aligned with the Earth's magnetic field and promoted health. Others believed that the direction of the door or window mattered, that sleeping with your head toward the east was auspicious. Whether these beliefs had any practical effect is doubtful, but they reflect the human need to feel some control over circumstances. When survival was so precarious and so much was beyond your control, following traditional sleeping arrangements might have provided psychological comfort, a feeling that you were doing everything possible to ensure a safe night. The morning awakening from these compressed sleeping arrangements must have been uncomfortable, bodies stiff from being held in cramped positions for hours, joints aching from the cold and from the hard surface beneath, everyone slowly extricating themselves from the tangle of family members and blankets. But this discomfort was the price of survival. The alternative, sleeping alone in a separate space with individual bedding, would have been far colder and potentially fatal. Medieval peasants understood this instinctively. Warmth was communal. Survival was shared. Privacy was a luxury they couldn't afford. Chapter 12: The Shared House. One of the most distinctive features of medieval peasant winter survival was the practice of sharing living space with livestock. To modern sensibilities, this sounds unhygienic and unpleasant, and it certainly was both of those things. But it was also highly effective at keeping both humans and animals alive through the winter. The animals most commonly housed with families were those that provided the most value: cows, oxen, pigs, goats, sheep, and chickens. Each species had different characteristics and requirements, creating a complex domestic ecosystem within the small peasant house. Cattle, cows, and oxen were the most valuable animals a peasant family might own. An ox team was essential for plowing, and a cow provided milk, butter, cheese, and eventually calves that could be sold or raised. These animals represented an enormous investment of resources and were guarded carefully. A full-grown cow weighs 1,000 to 1,500 pounds and requires substantial food even in winter. Peasants would have stored hay and straw during the summer and autumn to feed their cattle through the months when no grass grew. But feed was often insufficient, and many cattle emerged from winter gaunt and weakened, sometimes too weak to resume work immediately in spring. The body heat from a large cow was substantial, as mentioned earlier, several times more than a human adult. A cow positioned at one end of a shared house could significantly raise the temperature in the human living area. Additionally, the cow's breathing added moisture to the air, which paradoxically made the space feel slightly warmer by reducing the dry cold that saps heat from human bodies. But cows came with drawbacks. They produced enormous quantities of manure. A single cow can produce 60 to 90 pounds of manure per day. In a confined indoor space, this created obvious sanitation challenges. The floor in the animal end of the house would be deep in manure and soiled bedding by the end of winter. Most peasants dealt with this by periodically mucking out the animal area, removing the worst of the manure and spreading it on fields. But in the depths of winter, when the ground was frozen and outdoor work was minimized, cleanup might be deferred, allowing manure to accumulate to astonishing depths. The smell was, by all accounts, overwhelming. But smell was a minor concern compared to warmth and survival. People adapted, becoming nose-blind to scents that would repel modern visitors within seconds. Pigs were another common co-inhabitant. Pigs are remarkably hardy animals, capable of surviving on food scraps and foraged materials that would sustain little else. A family pig might be fed on vegetable peelings, whey from cheese making, acorns, roots, and anything else remotely edible. Pigs also generate substantial body heat and are quite content to bed down in straw in a corner of the house. Their behavior was less predictable than cattle. Pigs are intelligent and curious animals that might root around in the family's possessions or steal food if given the opportunity. But they were tolerant of the crowded conditions and generally adapted well to indoor living. The great advantage of pigs, of course, was that they could be slaughtered for meat. Many families raised a pig through the summer and autumn, then slaughtered it in late autumn or early winter. The meat would be salted, smoked, or otherwise preserved, providing crucial protein through the winter months. Goats were particularly common in areas where cattle were too expensive for poor families. Goats are smaller, require less feed, and provide milk just as cows do. They're also agile and hardy, able to forage in areas where cattle couldn't survive. A family goat could make the difference between adequate nutrition and starvation. Goats have strong personalities and can be mischievous, eating things they shouldn't and escaping from enclosures, but they tolerate close living conditions well, and their warmth was welcome in winter. Sheep were less commonly housed indoors, except in the harshest climates. Sheep have thick wool coats that provide excellent insulation, so they could often survive outdoors in simple shelters. However, in extreme conditions, or for particularly valuable breeding animals, sheep might be brought inside. The main advantage of sheep was their wool, which was sheared in spring and provided raw material for spinning and weaving. Sheep also provided milk, though less abundantly than goats or cows, and mutton when slaughtered. Chickens were nearly universal among peasants who could afford to keep any animals at all. Chickens require minimal space and feed, will eat almost anything, and provide both eggs and occasional meat. During winter, chickens would roost indoors, either in the animal end of the house or sometimes in the rafters of the human living area. Chickens don't provide much body heat individually, but a small flock together adds some warmth. More importantly, they continued to provide eggs through much of the winter, though egg production declined as daylight shortened. Those eggs were precious sources of protein when other food was scarce. The arrangement of animals within the shared house followed practical logic. The largest animals, which provided the most heat, were positioned where their warmth would benefit the human living area most effectively. Smaller animals like pigs and chickens might be in corners or less strategic positions. A half wall or woven hurdle fence typically separated animal and human spaces, but this barrier was permeable. Heat, sound, and smell passed freely back and forth. Animals could often see and hear the human family, which probably provided them some comfort as well. Domestic animals are social creatures who seek the presence of their human caretakers. The mutual benefit of this arrangement is worth emphasizing. Humans benefited from the animals' warmth. Animals benefited from shelter that, while far from ideal, was better than being exposed to the full force of winter weather. In the most extreme conditions, this shared shelter probably saved both human and animal lives, but the shared space also facilitated disease transmission. Zoonotic diseases, those that can pass from animals to humans, found easy transmission routes in these close quarters. Respiratory diseases, skin conditions, and intestinal parasites all spread more easily when humans and animals lived in intimate contact. The morning routine in a house shared with livestock was complex. Someone had to see to the animals' needs, providing food and water, checking for illness or injury, cleaning the worst of the manure. This had to be done before attending to human needs, because animals couldn't wait, and their value to the family's survival was too great to risk through neglect. Children were often assigned animal care duties from a young age. Young William, in our composite household, would have been responsible for feeding the chickens, gathering eggs, and helping his father with the pig. These weren't optional chores. They were essential survival tasks that had to be completed every day, regardless of weather, illness, or personal preference. The relationship between medieval peasants and their animals was complex. These weren't pets in the modern sense, loved for companionship alone. They were economic assets, sources of food and labor, carefully calculated investments. But they were also individuals with personalities, animals that peasants lived with intimately, knew deeply, and in their way, cared about. When spring finally came and animals could be turned out to pasture again, the relief must have been enormous. The house could be properly cleaned for the first time in months, scraping away the accumulated manure, removing spoiled bedding, letting in fresh air and sunlight. But the following autumn, when the cold returned, the animals would be brought back inside once again. The cycle would repeat. Because this was how you survived. This was how you kept your valuable livestock alive. This was how you generated enough warmth to make it through another winter. And so medieval peasants and their animals shared space, shared warmth, and shared the struggle to survive until spring returned. Chapter 13. Eating to generate heat. Medieval peasants understood instinctively what modern nutritional science confirms. Food is fuel, and in cold conditions, adequate calories are essential for survival. The body generates heat through metabolism, breaking down food to produce energy, with heat as a byproduct. In winter, when external heat sources were inadequate, internal heat generation through eating became crucially important. But this created a tragic paradox. Winter was precisely when food was most scarce. The growing season was long over. Preserved foods from the previous harvest were being slowly depleted. Fresh vegetables didn't exist. Hunting was difficult in snow and cold. Just when peasants most needed calories to generate warmth, they had least access to them. The medieval peasant diet, even in good times, was monotonous and limited by modern standards. Bread, made from whatever grains the family had available, was the staple. Wheat was preferred but expensive. Peasants more commonly ate bread made from rye, barley, or oats. In times of scarcity, bread might be made from peas, beans, or even ground acorns mixed with whatever grain could be had. Pottage, a thick soup or stew, was the other dietary mainstay. Into a pot of water would go whatever ingredients were available: dried peas or beans for protein, onions, leeks, or other vegetables if they could be had, perhaps a bit of fat or bone for flavor, herbs from summer's harvest. This would simmer over the fire, thickening into a filling, warming meal. The beauty of pottage was its flexibility. The same basic dish could incorporate whatever was available, stretching scarce ingredients to feed a whole family. A bone with a bit of meat on it could flavor a pot large enough for several meals. Dried beans, while not exciting, provided protein and filled empty stomachs. Dairy products were important when available. Cheese, made in summer and autumn, could be stored through winter. It provided both calories and protein in a compact, shelf-stable form. Butter, similarly, was preserved with salt and stored. A bit of butter in the pottage or on bread provided valuable calories and made the food more palatable. For families with a cow or goat, Milk might be available even in winter, though production declined significantly in cold months when animals gave less milk. Fresh milk was precious and might be reserved for children and nursing mothers who needed it most. Eggs, from those chickens roosting in the rafters, continued to be available through at least part of the winter. Egg production depends on daylight, and as winter days shortened, hens laid fewer eggs. But even a few eggs per week could make a significant nutritional difference. Meat was rare for most peasants. The pig might be slaughtered in autumn, providing fresh meat for a brief period, and then preserved meat, salted, smoked, or packed in fat for the winter months. But this preserved meat had to last, so it was rationed carefully. A small piece of bacon could flavor a pot of pottage, making it more satisfying without consuming too much of the precious meat. Fish, where available, was an important protein source. Dried or salted fish could be stored for months and provided a valuable alternative to meat, particularly during Lent and other fasting periods when the church forbade eating meat. But for inland peasants, far from rivers or the sea, fish was expensive and might be completely unavailable. Vegetables in winter were limited to what could be stored. Root vegetables like turnips, parsnips, and onions kept reasonably well in cool, dark storage. Cabbage, particularly when fermented into sauerkraut, provided both nutrition and variety. Dried peas and beans, while not vegetables in the modern sense, were crucial protein sources that stored well. But fresh vegetables, the leafy greens, the crisp salads, the variety of produce modern people enjoy year-round, simply didn't exist in winter. Vitamin C deficiency, leading to scurvy, was a real risk during extended winters, though peasants probably got enough vitamin C from stored root vegetables and preserved fruits to avoid the most serious symptoms. Fruits were preserved where possible. Apples, stored in cool places, could last several months. Pears, similarly, kept reasonably well. Berries from summer would have been dried or preserved in honey if the family could afford honey. Dried plums, called prunes, were a valuable sweet treat that also helped prevent constipation, a common problem when the diet was heavy on bread and low on fresh vegetables. Honey itself was precious. Sugar as we know it didn't exist for European peasants. Sugarcane cultivation and processing was limited to distant lands, and what little sugar made it to Europe was extraordinarily expensive. Honey was the only available sweetener, and that mostly for the wealthier classes. Peasants might have a little honey from wild bee nests or from keeping a hive or two, but it was carefully hoarded and used sparingly. Ale or beer was a dietary staple that might surprise modern readers. This wasn't primarily about wanting to be drunk. Medieval ale was relatively low in alcohol. Rather, ale provided calories in liquid form and was safer to drink than water, which might be contaminated. The brewing process killed pathogens, making ale a safer choice than river water in many cases. Everyone drank ale, including children, though children would be given weaker versions. A family might consume several gallons of ale per day collectively. This ale was often made at home from barley or oats, and it didn't keep long, a few days at most, so brewing was an ongoing weekly task. The timing of meals mattered for winter survival. The evening meal was particularly important because a full stomach before bed helped maintain body temperature through the night. The body's digestive process, breaking down food, generates heat. Going to bed hungry meant waking up colder. Peasants understood this intuitively. Even when food was scarce, families tried to ensure that everyone ate something substantial before sleep. The evening pottage might be the main meal of the day, consumed as the family gathered around the fire in the hours after dark. But here's the cruel reality. As winter progressed and stored food dwindled, portions shrank. By late winter and the early spring, the period peasants called the hungry gap, before new crops could be harvested, families might be subsisting on minimal rations. A bowl of thin pottage and a piece of coarse bread might be all that stood between a person and complete starvation. Hunger impairs the body's ability to generate heat. Malnourished people feel cold more intensely and have less energy to shiver, which is the body's rapid heat generation response to cold. This created a vicious cycle. Inadequate food made you colder, which increased your caloric needs, which depleted your limited food stores faster. Children suffered especially. Growing bodies need more calories relative to their size, and children have less body mass to maintain temperature. A child inadequately fed in winter would fail to grow properly, would sicken more easily, and was at higher risk of freezing. The allocation of food within families reflected harsh but pragmatic calculations. The primary laborers, adult men who did the heavy agricultural and manual work, needed to be fed adequately or they couldn't work. Women who did the endless domestic labor also needed food. Children were fed what remained. In times of severe scarcity, infants might be weaned earlier than ideal simply because the mother couldn't produce enough milk on her limited food intake. Elderly family members, no longer productive workers, might receive smaller portions. These weren't cruel decisions made from malice, but desperate calculations made for family survival. The psychological impact of constant hunger is difficult for well-fed modern people to understand. It wasn't just the physical discomfort of an empty stomach, though that was real enough. It was the constant preoccupation with food, the way hunger dominated your thoughts, the difficulty concentrating on anything else when your body was screaming for calories it wasn't getting. Winter feasts, religious celebrations like Christmas, were psychological lifesavers. These rare occasions, when food was more abundant, when perhaps an extra animal was slaughtered or special foods brought out of storage, provided not just physical sustenance, but emotional respite from the relentless scarcity. The Christmas goose or pig, the special bread, the bit of preserved fruit, these weren't just luxuries. They were affirmations of hope, reminders that abundance was possible, promises that winter would end and plenty would return. And then the feast would end, and the slow starvation would resume, and families would huddle around their fires, eating their thin pottage, counting the weeks until spring. Chapter 14, The Problem of Frozen Water. We haven't yet discussed water, and that's a significant oversight, because accessing water in medieval winter was a genuine challenge that shaped daily survival strategies. Human beings need water to survive, roughly a liter or two per day per person just for drinking, and much more for cooking, cleaning, and other uses. In summer, accessing water was straightforward if laborious. You walked to the nearest stream, river, or well, filled your containers, and carried them home. Depending on the distance, this might be done multiple times daily. In winter, everything about water became complicated. First, the water sources themselves might freeze. Streams and rivers that flowed year-round could freeze solid, during severe cold snaps, or at least develop thick ice on the surface. Wells, which drew from groundwater and were usually more resistant to freezing, could still ice over at the surface, requiring the ice to be broken each time you wanted to draw water. Even when water was accessible, carrying it in freezing temperatures presented problems. Water is heavy. A gallon weighs about 8 pounds, and medieval peasants used ceramic or wooden containers that didn't insulate. By the time you carried water from a distant stream back to your house, it might be partially frozen, sloshing with chunks of ice. And if you left water standing in your house overnight, it would freeze. There was no keeping a barrel of water in the corner for convenient use. Unless the water was kept very close to the fire, it would turn to ice in the cold interior of a medieval house. So water had to be carried in small quantities as needed and used quickly. This meant more frequent trips to the source, which meant more exposure to the cold, which meant greater risk of frostbite and hypothermia. Some families kept water pots very close to the fire, warming the water and preventing it from freezing. But this was tricky. Too close to the fire, and ceramic pots could crack from thermal stress. And space near the fire was precious, contested between cooking, warming, and the family members trying to stay warm. Melting snow and ice was an obvious alternative when available. A pot of snow set by the fire would gradually melt, providing water without having to venture outside. But this was inefficient. Snow has a lot of air in it, so a large pot of snow melts down to a much smaller quantity of water than you'd expect. And melting snow required fuel, precious firewood that might be needed for other purposes. There's an old bit of survival advice that says never eat snow directly because it takes body heat to melt it, effectively cooling you from the inside. Medieval peasants probably discovered this through hard experience. Eating snow when you're desperately thirsty is tempting, but it makes you colder and doesn't satisfy thirst as efficiently as drinking liquid water. The quality of winter water was another concern. Standing water in streams and ponds could become stagnant and contaminated, especially if ice cover prevented oxygen from circulating. Medieval people didn't understand germ theory, but they could observe that drinking from certain sources made people sick while other sources were safe. Wells were generally safer than surface water because groundwater was naturally filtered through soil. Families with access to a well were fortunate, though wells froze too in severe cold and required constant ice breaking. Some villages had communal wells that served multiple families. These became social gathering points, places where women would meet while drawing water and share news and gossip. In winter, these brief social interactions at the well might be some of the only human contact outside of one's immediate family, making them psychologically important, despite the physical discomfort of standing in the cold. The use of water in winter was carefully rationed. Washing, as we've discussed, was minimal. Cooking uses were prioritized. Drinking was essential but measured. Every drop of water represented labor, either carrying it from the source or melting snow with precious fuel, and couldn't be wasted. This scarcity of water compounded hygiene challenges. Without easy access to water, washing hands, cleaning dishes properly, or maintaining any kind of cleanliness became even more difficult than it already was. The spring thaw, when ice melted and streams ran full and fast again, was a celebration not just because it meant winter was ending, but because water, abundant, accessible water, was available again. The winter's accumulated filth could finally be washed away. Proper cleaning could resume. The psychological relief must have been enormous. But until that thaw came, every drop of water was precious. Every trip to the well or stream was an ordeal, and thirst joined hunger and cold as constant companions through the long winter months. Chapter 15, A Day in Winter's Life. To truly understand how medieval peasants survived winter, we need to examine not just individual strategies, but how they all came together in the rhythm of daily life. Let's walk through a typical winter day in the life of our composite family. The day begins in darkness. In midwinter, in England's latitude, sunrise might not come until nearly 8 a.m., but the family rises earlier, perhaps around 6 a.m., guided by long habit and the need to begin the day's work. The house is bitterly cold. During the night, despite the banked fire, the temperature has dropped significantly. Everyone's breath forms clouds in the dim interior. The first task is reviving the fire. Marjorie rises carefully from the shared bed, trying not to disturb the children, though baby Edmund stirs and whimpers slightly. She's wearing most of her clothing. Only the outermost cloak was removed for sleeping, so she doesn't have to dress, just pull on that cloak and move toward the hearth. Kneeling by the fire pit, she carefully sweeps aside the ash that was mounded over the coals the previous night. Please, she thinks, let there be embers. And there are, a dull red glow at the heart of the ash pile. Relief floods through her. She gently blows on the coals, adds small twigs from the kindling pile kept dry near the hearth, and coaxes the fire back to life. Within minutes, there's a small flame. She adds larger pieces of wood, building up the fire to where it provides both heat and light. The interior of the house begins to brighten slightly as the fire grows. Thomas is awake now too, sitting up on the bed coughing. He coughs every morning in winter, has for years. The smoke, the cold air, something in his lungs that never quite heals. He pulls on his own outer garments and moves to check on the animals. The pig is fine, still buried in its straw pile, grunting softly as Thomas approaches. The chickens are roosting in the rafters, starting to stir as they sense dawn approaching. He counts them automatically, 3, all present. One hen is already pecking around for food. He throws down a handful of grain and vegetable scraps from the previous day's meal. Water is needed. Thomas takes the wooden bucket and steps outside into the pre-dawn darkness. The cold hits him like a physical blow. The air inside the house was cold, but outside is brutal. His breath freezes into ice crystals that catch in his beard. The stream is 100 yards away, down a slight slope. His feet, wrapped in cloth and pushed into wooden clogs, are already numb. The path to the stream is worn smooth by countless trips, visible even in the weak pre-dawn light. The stream hasn't frozen completely. It's running fast enough that only the edges are iced over, but a skin of ice has formed overnight on the slower portions. Thomas breaks through the ice with the bucket and scoops up water. The water is so cold it hurts his hands. Carrying the full bucket back up the slope, Thomas focuses on not spilling. Water spilled is water wasted, meaning another trip in the cold. His breath comes harder. He's not young anymore, and the cold air makes his lungs ache. Back in the house, the fire has grown. Marjorie has put a pot of water over the flames, to heat for pottage. The additional water Thomas brought will be kept near the fire to prevent freezing, used through the day for cooking and drinking. The children are waking. William first, then Alice, and finally baby Edmund, who immediately begins crying for his mother's breast. Marjorie settles near the fire with Edmund, nursing him while using her free hand to stir oats into the now warming water in the pot. Breakfast is simple: oat pottage, the thin gruel made from oats cooked in water. There's no milk to add. The cow gives almost nothing in midwinter, but Marjorie adds a precious pinch of salt and a tiny bit of lard to make it more palatable and nourishing. The family eats from wooden bowls, using pieces of bread to soak up the pottage. There's not quite enough bread. There never is in winter, so the pottage has to fill their stomachs. William and Alice eat hungrily, scraping their bowls clean. Thomas eats more slowly, his teeth bothering him. He's lost several over the years, and chewing hard food is difficult. After breakfast, the day's work begins. But what work is there in winter? The fields are frozen and dormant. There's no planting, no harvesting, no heavy agricultural labor that fills summer days. But there's always work. Thomas must see to repairs on the house, patching the walls where daub has cracked and fallen away. This means mixing new daub, mud, straw, and dung collected from the animal end of the house, and pressing it into the gaps. His hands quickly become filthy and numb, but the work must be done, or the cold will pour in even worse. He also needs to gather firewood. Even though he accumulated a store in autumn, it's depleting faster than he hoped, and every day he must search for more. This means ranging through the nearby woods, collecting deadfall branches, dragging them back to the house. It's back-breaking work in the cold, and the branches are often wet or partially frozen, making them harder to break and less efficient to burn. Marjorie's work is endless. After breakfast, she must clean the bowls and pot, a quick rinse with water warmed by the fire, though not hot enough to truly clean. She must spin wool, turning raw fleece into thread that can be woven into fabric. Her spinning wheel, a treasured possession, sits near the fire where there's enough light to see the work. Spinning is monotonous, physically tiring work. She must keep the wheel turning at a constant speed while feeding the wool fibers onto the spindle, drawing them out into thread. Her hands and arms ache from the repetitive motion, but the work must be done. The family needs cloth for repairs to their clothing, which is constantly wearing out. Alice helps her mother, learning to card the raw wool, combing it to align the fibers before spinning. At 5, she's young for this work, but medieval children entered the workforce early. Her small hands struggle with the wool cards, but she persists, knowing that her labor, however small, contributes to the family's survival. William has been sent to gather rushes from the marshy area near the stream. The old rushes on the floor are compacted and filthy, and fresh ones are needed. It's cold, wet work, and William hates it, but he doesn't complain. Complaining gets you nothing but cuffed ears and an empty stomach. He wades into the icy marsh, his feet immediately soaked and freezing, and cuts rushes with a small sickle, bundling them to carry home. His hands shake with cold, and several times he drops the sickle, has to fish it out of the mud. The marsh smells of rot and stagnant water. When he's gathered an armful of rushes, he trudges back to the house, his wet feet leaving prints in the frost. Midday brings a brief meal, bread and perhaps a bit of cheese if there's any left. The bread is coarse and dark, made from rye and barley flour, dense and filling, but not particularly palatable. It's eaten quickly without ceremony. The afternoon continues with more work. Marjorie prepares the evening pottage, this time with dried peas and an onion, one of the last from the autumn harvest. She chops the onion with a wooden-handled knife, her eyes watering from its fumes and from the smoke that continuously swirls through the house. Thomas returns from firewood, gathering with a meager bundle of branches. It's not enough. It's never enough. But it's what he could find. He stacks the wood near the hearth to dry, hoping the morning's wood will be dry enough to burn efficiently tonight. As afternoon fades into early evening, by 4 p.m. in midwinter, the sun is already setting. The family begins preparing for the long night ahead. The chickens have already roosted, sensing the coming darkness. The pig has burrowed deep into its straw pile. The evening meal is more substantial than breakfast or midday. Pottage thick with peas and onion, bread, and on this particular night, a small portions of salted pork that Marjorie has decided to allow. It's a rare treat, and the children eat it eagerly, savoring the rich, salty flavor. After eating, there's a brief period where the family sits together near the fire. Thomas might tell a story, a folk tale he heard from his own father, or a story about a saint, or simply reminisce about better times, warmer seasons, fuller bellies. Marjorie nurses Edmund one final time before bed, hoping he'll sleep for a few hours before waking hungry again in the night. William and Alice play a simple game with pebbles near the fire, their shadows dancing on the walls. But the cold is pressing in. Despite the fire, the interior of the house is barely warmer than outside now that full dark has arrived. It's time for sleep. The family moves to the sleeping area. The rushes William gathered this morning have been spread on the floor, providing a slightly fresher surface. The family bed, just a wooden frame filled with old straw, awaits. Thomas banks the fire carefully, mounding ash over the coals, just as Marjorie did this morning. A prayer is said, "Please God, let the fire survive the night. Let us wake warm and whole in the morning." Then into bed, the whole family together. Thomas and Marjorie on the outside edges, William and Alice in the middle, baby Edmund between his parents, where he's warmest. The single woolen blanket is pulled over everyone, tucked under the outermost bodies to keep drafts out. They're still cold. The bed is hard and lumpy. William's elbow is digging into Alice's ribs. The pig is snorting and shifting in its straw pile. The wind is picking up outside, whistling through gaps in the walls. But they're alive. They're together. The fire is banked. Food remains for tomorrow, if not much. The animals have survived another day. Tomorrow they'll do it all again, and the day after that, and the day after that, for months, until spring. This is the reality of medieval peasant winter survival, not dramatic heroism, but grinding, relentless daily struggle. Every small task completed is a tiny victory. Every night survived is a miracle, and somehow, incredibly, most of them made it through. On Chapter 16, Darkness and the Mind, we've focused largely on the physical challenges of medieval winter survival, but the psychological challenges were equally daunting. The combination of darkness, confinement, discomfort, and fear created mental strains that tested peasants as severely as the cold tested their bodies. The darkness of medieval winter is difficult for modern people to truly comprehend. We live in a world of electric lights, where darkness is optional, something we can banish with the flick of a switch. Medieval peasants had no such option. In midwinter, at England's latitude, daylight might last only 7 or 8 hours. From roughly 4 p.m. to 8 a.m., the world was dark. That's 16 hours of darkness every single day for months on end. And even those precious hours of daylight were often dim and gray, with heavy clouds blocking the sun. A week might pass where you never saw direct sunlight, only a diffuse gray light filtering through the cloud cover. Inside the house, conditions were darker still. The single small window, covered with animal skin, let in minimal light. The fire provided illumination, but its flickering, inconstant glow was poor for any kind of detailed work. Candles and oil lamps existed, but they were expensive luxuries far beyond the reach of most peasants. Tallow candles, made from animal fat, were cheaper but still costly. A peasant family might have a single candle for emergencies or religious observances, but burning it casually for light was unthinkable. So for most of those 16 dark hours, peasants lived in near total darkness, with only the fire's uncertain light to see by. This darkness was oppressive, psychologically crushing in ways that modern people, with our constant access to light, can barely imagine. Darkness affected everything. You couldn't do fine work. No spinning, no sewing, no detailed repairs. You couldn't read, though most peasants couldn't read anyway. You couldn't even see each other's faces clearly across the room. The darkness forced inactivity, which in winter meant more time spent cold, bored, uncomfortable. With nothing to do and nothing to see, the mind turned inward, often to dark places. Worry, anxiety, fear, all had fertile ground in those long, dark hours. Depression, which we now recognize as a medical condition, must have been epidemic among medieval peasants in winter. Seasonal affective disorder, triggered by lack of sunlight, would have affected many people. The combination of darkness, cold, hunger, and social isolation created perfect conditions for mental health crises. But medieval people had no framework for understanding depression as a medical condition. They might interpret it as spiritual failing, as punishment from God, or simply as a normal part of life to be endured. There were no treatments, no therapies, no medications. You suffered and hoped for spring. The enforced closeness of winter living created its own psychological strains. Spending months in a single small room with the same few people, never having a moment of privacy or solitude, was psychologically difficult. Family tensions that might be manageable when people could separate and find space became acute when there was nowhere to go. Marital conflict, sibling rivalry, parent-child tensions, all were amplified by the constant proximity. Arguments that might have blown over in summer when people could storm off to cool down, festered in winter when you were trapped together. Violence within families probably increased in winter. Historians studying coroners' reports have found that domestic homicides peak during winter months. The strain of confinement, hunger, and fear sometimes erupted into violence that ended in tragedy. But most families found ways to cope, to maintain some level of peace and cooperation despite the strain. Cultural norms emphasizing patience, forbearance, and Christian virtue helped. The knowledge that survival depended on cooperation encouraged people to swallow their anger and maintain family cohesion. storytelling served crucial psychological functions. In those long, dark hours with nothing else to do, families told stories. Folk tales passed down through generations, stories of saints and miracles, personal reminiscences, gossip about neighbors and village events. These stories were entertainment, but they were more than that. They were a way of maintaining cultural memory, of teaching children values and lessons, of creating a shared narrative that bound the family together. They were a way of passing the time, of making the darkness and cold more bearable. Music, too, was important. Simple songs, work songs, ballads, hymns, sung together in the firelight. Medieval people didn't have elaborate instruments, perhaps a simple flute or drum, maybe just voices, but they made music regardless. Singing together created a sense of unity and purpose. It raised spirits, however temporarily. It was something active, creative, human in a winter that seemed designed to crush all that was human out of you. Religious faith played a complex role in winter psychological survival. For many peasants, Christianity provided a framework for understanding and enduring suffering. Winter was a test from God, or punishment for sins, or simply part of the divine order that would ultimately lead to salvation. Prayer offered a sense of control, or at least of being heard. When everything else was beyond your power, you could still pray. You could ask God, Mary, and the saints for protection, for survival, for spring to come. The church calendar provided structure to the winter months. Advent led to Christmas, then Epiphany, then Candlemas, then Lent and Easter. These feast days and holy days broke up the monotony, provided occasions for special meals or brief breaks from routine, gave people something to anticipate. But religious faith could also be a source of fear. Medieval Christianity emphasized sin, judgment, hell, and damnation. The long, dark nights were times when demons and evil spirits were thought to be most active. Lying awake in the darkness, it was easy to imagine malevolent forces lurking just beyond the fire's protective light. Superstitions proliferated, charms to ward off evil, rituals to ensure good fortune, beliefs about omens and signs. These weren't necessarily inconsistent with Christianity. Medieval religion was a complex blend of official church doctrine and local folk beliefs, but they reflected a worldview where supernatural forces constantly intervened in daily life. Some of these superstitions probably provided psychological comfort. Carrying a lucky charm or reciting a protective verse gave people a sense of agency, of doing something to influence their fate. Even if the charm had no objective power, the subjective sense of protection might have reduced anxiety and helped people cope. The anticipation of spring was both a psychological sustenance and a torment. In the depths of winter, spring seemed impossibly distant, an almost mythical time when warmth and abundance would return. Holding on to hope that spring would come required faith and determination. But as winter slowly progressed, as the days began to imperceptibly lengthen, as the first signs of seasonal change appeared, hope could begin to grow. The first robin, the first green shoot pushing through melting snow. These were moments of profound psychological significance, promises that winter would end, that they had survived. For some, the psychological toll of winter was simply too great. Historical records mention people who seemed to give up, who stopped eating, stopped trying to stay warm, and simply faded away. Medieval people might have interpreted this as God's will or natural death, but we can recognize it as something like what we'd now call depression or despair causing death. But most people endured. They found the psychological resources to survive one more day, one more night, one more week. They told stories, sang songs, prayed, supported each other, and hung on to hope however they could. The human mind is remarkably resilient. Given even minimal reasons for hope, people can endure extraordinary hardship. Medieval peasants proved this every winter, surviving not just the physical cold, but the psychological darkness, and emerging into spring battered but alive. Chapter 17, The Cost of Survival. Not everyone survived. Despite all the strategies, all the ingenuity, all the desperate measures, medieval winter killed. The death toll is difficult to quantify precisely. Medieval record keeping was inconsistent, and peasant deaths often went unrecorded, but the evidence we have suggests that winter mortality was significantly elevated. Parish death records, where they exist, show clear seasonal patterns. Deaths spiked in winter months, particularly in late winter, when food stores were depleted and bodies were weakened by months of cold and inadequate nutrition. Then deaths spiked again in spring, as diseases spread more easily once people could move around again, but bodies were still weak from winter privations. The very young were most vulnerable. Infant mortality was tragically high in all seasons, but winter was particularly deadly for babies. Their small bodies couldn't generate or retain heat effectively. They were entirely dependent on their mothers for warmth and nutrition, and if the mother was malnourished and cold, she couldn't adequately protect her infant. Hypothermia, respiratory infections, and simple failure to thrive killed countless babies every winter. For parents, that's especially mothers who had carried a child for 9 months, nursed it through early infancy, only to watch it sicken and die in the cold, the grief must have been crushing. Yet infant death was so common that medieval people had to develop psychological defenses against it. Parents couldn't allow themselves to become too attached to infants, knowing the odds of survival were poor. This emotional protection mechanism, while probably necessary for psychological survival, had its own costs. The elderly were similarly vulnerable. As people aged, their bodies became less efficient at generating and maintaining heat. An elderly person who might have survived winter easily in their youth found it increasingly difficult with each passing year. Moreover, elderly people were often less valued in the brutal calculus of survival. They ate food, but couldn't contribute as much labor. In times of scarcity, they might receive smaller portions, accelerating their decline. This isn't to say medieval people callously abandoned their elderly. Family ties and Christian teaching emphasized the duty to care for parents and grandparents. But resources were limited, and when a choice had to be made between feeding a productive young adult or a frail elder, the pragmatic choice was clear. Many elderly people simply wore out over the course of a hard winter. The cumulative stress of cold, inadequate food, and the general hardship of peasant life took its toll. They might succumb to pneumonia or simply fade away, their bodies unable to continue fighting. Disease worked synergistically with cold and hunger to devastating effect. Malnutrition weakened immune systems, making people more susceptible to infections. Crowded indoor living facilitated disease transmission, the inability to properly warm and dry respiratory systems made lung infections more likely and more severe. Pneumonia was a major killer. It could strike anyone, but was particularly deadly for the very young, the old, and those already weakened. Once pneumonia set in, there were no effective treatments. You either survived through your body's own defenses, or you didn't. Tuberculosis, the White Death, thrived in medieval conditions. The crowded, smoky houses provided perfect transmission conditions. TB was a slow killer, wasting victims over months or years, but winter accelerated its course. The combination of cold, malnutrition, and poor air quality hastened the disease's progression. Influenza swept through medieval communities periodically, and winter was prime season. A flu outbreak in a medieval village could be catastrophic, killing a significant portion of the population. With no understanding of viral transmission and no effective treatments, people could only pray and hope to survive. Dysentery and other intestinal diseases persisted even in winter. The difficulty of accessing clean water, the accumulation of waste in and around houses, the impossibility of maintaining hygiene, all contributed to the spread of waterborne and foodborne illnesses. Injuries that would be minor problems in modern times could be fatal in medieval winter. A sprained ankle meant you couldn't fetch water or firewood. A cut that became infected could lead to sepsis. A fall that injured your back meant you couldn't work, and if you couldn't work, your family suffered. Frostbite claimed fingers, toes, and sometimes entire hands or feet. Medieval people understood that frozen flesh had to be warmed gradually, but they had limited ability to prevent frostbite in the first place. Someone who lost toes to frostbite might survive, but they were permanently disabled, their ability to work and support themselves compromised. Chilblains, those painful inflammations caused by repeated exposure to cold, affected nearly everyone. While not fatal themselves, they made every movement painful and could become infected, leading to more serious problems. Starvation, outright death from lack of food, was relatively rare in normal winters. Medieval peasants were remarkably efficient at extracting every possible calorie from their environment. But in hard winters, especially when multiple bad harvests had depleted stores, starvation became a real possibility. More common was chronic malnutrition, where people consumed just barely enough to stay alive, but not enough to maintain health. This left them weak, susceptible to disease, unable to work efficiently, creating a downward spiral toward death, even without complete starvation. The Great Famine of 1315 to 1317, which struck during the transition into the Little Ice Age, demonstrated what happened when winter combined with agricultural failure. Populations that had expanded during the medieval warm period suddenly faced conditions their infrastructure couldn't support. Mortality rates during the Great Famine are estimated at 10 to 15% of the total population in affected areas. In some villages, half the population died. This wasn't just from starvation, though that killed many. It was from the complex interaction of hunger, cold, disease, and social breakdown. When people are desperate enough, social bonds fray. There are documented cases during the Great Famine of people resorting to desperate measures, eating animals that would normally be taboo, consuming things not normally considered food, even in extreme cases, cannibalism. These weren't moral failures. They were what happens when humans are pushed beyond the limits of endurance, when survival instinct overrides all social conditioning. Medieval people understood this, which is why church law and secular law both had provisions acknowledging that extreme necessity could excuse otherwise inexcusable actions. Fires were another winter killer. Peasant houses, made of wood, thatch, and other flammable materials, with an open fire burning constantly, were fire hazards. A spark from the hearth landing in the straw bedding, a child stumbling into the fire, a drunk man knocking over a lamp. Any of these could ignite a catastrophe. Once a medieval peasant house caught fire, it burned quickly and completely. The occupants, often asleep when fires started, might have only seconds to escape. Those who got out lost everything they owned. Those who didn't get out burned to death. Winter fires were particularly tragic because the alternative to fire was freezing. You had to maintain a fire to survive, but that fire constantly threatened to consume you. It was a risk that couldn't be avoided, only managed. Accidental deaths from cold exposure claimed those who ventured out in winter storms and became disoriented, lost, or simply too cold to continue. A man going to check on animals during a blizzard might not make it back. A child sent to gather firewood could lose the path home in blowing snow. Hypothermia is an insidious killer. As body temperature drops, mental function becomes impaired. People make poor decisions, become confused, sometimes even feel hot, and remove clothing in the final stages before death. Someone lost in a winter storm might be found frozen only yards from safety, having wandered in circles in their confusion. Suicide, though forbidden by the church and rarely recorded honestly in medieval documents, probably increased in winter. The combination of darkness, isolation, hunger, cold, and hopelessness drove some people to end their own suffering. These deaths might be recorded as accidents or left unexplained, but they represented another cost of winter survival. The social impact of winter deaths extended beyond the immediate tragedy. When the primary laborer in a family died, the whole family's survival was threatened. A widow with children had limited options: remarry quickly, try to survive on charity, or watch her children starve. When a mother died, particularly if she was nursing an infant, the baby's survival was doubtful unless another woman could take on the nursing. Extended family might help, or sometimes an unrelated woman who had recently lost her own baby would nurse the orphan, but many infants didn't survive the loss of their mothers. Orphans created social problems. The medieval village was expected to care for its orphans, but resources were limited. Orphans might be taken in by relatives, apprenticed out early, or simply left to beg and fend for themselves. The cumulative psychological impact of winter deaths on survivors shouldn't be underestimated. Watching family members, friends, neighbors die, winter after winter, year after year, created a collective trauma. Medieval people lived with grief as a constant presence, yet they also developed remarkable psychological resilience. They had to continue living, continue working, continue hoping for their own survival and that of their remaining loved ones. Grief was acknowledged, mourned, and then set aside because life demanded forward motion. Burial in winter presented practical challenges. The ground was often frozen solid, making digging graves extremely difficult or impossible. Bodies might have to be stored until the ground thawed enough to dig, or buried in shallow graves, that would have to be properly interred later. The church provided comfort through funeral rites, promises of resurrection and eternal life, and the community of faith that shared in mourning. For medieval people, death wasn't necessarily the end. It was a transition to the afterlife, and winter deaths could be understood as God calling the deceased home. This religious framework probably helped survivors cope with the constant presence of death. It wasn't random or meaningless. It was part of God's plan, however inscrutable that plan might be. Those who died had gone to their eternal reward, and survivors would be reunited with them eventually. Still, the losses accumulated. A village that lost 10 or 15 people in a hard winter was a village diminished, its labor force reduced, its social fabric torn. Multiple hard winters in succession could reduce a village to the point where it couldn't sustain itself, leading to abandonment. Archaeological excavations have found numerous abandoned medieval village sites. While abandonment had many causes, plague, economic changes, wars, some villages simply wore out, their populations depleted by successive hard winters until the survivors gave up and moved elsewhere. Winter's toll on medieval populations was substantial, ongoing, and accepted as an inevitable part of life. Modern people, insulated by technology from most natural threats, can barely comprehend living with this level of constant danger and loss. Yet medieval peasants endured it generation after generation because they had no choice. Winter came whether you were ready or not. It killed some and spared others. And then spring returned and life continued, and you prepared as best you could for the next winter. Chapter 18, Scandinavia, Masters of the Cold. While we've focused primarily on peasant experiences in England and northern France, it's valuable to examine how people in even colder climates adapted. The Scandinavian experience demonstrates that with appropriate cultural adaptations, humans could survive, even thrive, in conditions that would seem impossibly harsh. Scandinavia in the medieval period faced winters far more severe than those in England. Temperatures could plunge far below 0 Fahrenheit. Snow measured in feet rather than inches. Darkness in the far north lasted for months, with the sun barely rising above the horizon, even at midday. Yet Scandinavian peoples not only survived but developed sophisticated cultures, engaged in long-distance trade and exploration, and created lasting settlements from Iceland to Russia. The key differences were primarily architectural and cultural. Scandinavian building techniques, particularly in Norway and Sweden, took advantage of abundant timber to create more weather-tight structures than the wattle and daub houses of England. Log construction, using horizontal timbers, notched and fitted together, created walls that were both thicker and less permeable to wind than wattle and daub. The gaps between logs were chinked with moss, clay, or a mixture of materials, creating an effective seal. These log houses could be quite large, with multiple rooms, or at least divided spaces. The classic Viking longhouse, while primarily associated with the earlier Viking Age, continued to influence Scandinavian architecture into the medieval period. These structures might be 60 to 100 feet long, housing an extended family plus animals under one roof. The arrangement was typically humans at one end, animals at the other, with a central hearth serving both areas. This maximized the benefit of animal body heat while providing some separation between species. Scandinavians also developed sophisticated roof construction. Turf roofs, made of layers of birch bark topped with sod, provided excellent insulation. Snow accumulating on these roofs actually added another layer of insulation. Snow is an excellent insulator due to the air trapped between flakes. In Iceland, where timber was scarce, turf construction was taken to an extreme. Entire houses were built from stacked turf blocks, creating walls several feet thick. These turf houses were partly or entirely underground, using the earth itself as insulation. Inside a properly constructed Icelandic turf house, with a good fire and a full household, temperatures could be quite comfortable despite howling blizzards outside. The thick walls and underground construction created a remarkably stable interior temperature. The Scandinavian diet also differed in ways that aided winter survival. Fish, particularly dried fish, was a staple. The long coastlines provided abundant fish resources that could be preserved through drying or smoking. Dried cod, called stockfish, was a nutritional powerhouse that could be stored for years. Hard as wood when dried, it would be soaked in water to rehydrate, then cooked. It provided excellent protein and could sustain people through winters when other food sources failed. Dairy products were crucial. Scandinavian cattle breeds were hardy, adapted to cold climates, and continued to produce milk through more of the winter than cattle in warmer regions. This milk was processed into butter and cheese that could be stored. Skyr, a cultured dairy product similar to yogurt, was both nutritious and storable. Whey from cheese making was preserved through fermentation, creating a sour drink that provided vitamins and probiotics. Preserved meats, including smoked and salted fish, pork, and mutton, rounded out the winter diet. Scandinavians also practiced a form of fermentation to preserve foods, using the cold itself as a natural refrigerator and the controlled bacterial action of fermentation to prevent spoilage. Scandinavian clothing technology was more advanced in some ways than that in southern Europe. The sagas and archaeological finds reveal that Vikings and their medieval descendants used layered wool clothing similar to what we've discussed, but with some refinements. Outer garments were often made from tightly woven, felted wool that was nearly waterproof. These were sometimes treated with oils or fats to enhance water resistance. The concept of a weather-resistant outer layer protecting softer, insulating layers beneath was well understood. Fur and skin garments supplemented wool. Reindeer skin, sheepskin, and bear pelts provided excellent insulation. Wealthy Scandinavians wore elaborate fur-trimmed garments, but even common people made use of animal skins in practical ways: mittens, hats, boots, and bed coverings. Scandinavian boots were technologically sophisticated. Made from leather, often reindeer leather, they were designed to be waterproof and insulating. They might be stuffed with dried grass or moss for additional insulation and worn with multiple layers of wool socks. Social and cultural adaptations were equally important. Scandinavian culture emphasized communal survival. The concept of the extended family or clan sharing resources was deeply embedded. A typical household might include not just a nuclear family, but grandparents, unmarried aunts and uncles, cousins, and sometimes unrelated individuals who had been taken in. This created a larger labor force and more bodies to generate warmth during the winter. Indoor work during winter was highly organized. While men might still need to venture out to care for animals, check trap lines, or hunt. Much winter work could be done indoors, crafting tools, repairing equipment, processing materials, telling stories, and teaching skills to children. Women's work, spinning, weaving, cooking, childcare, continued year-round, much of it by firelight during the long, dark periods. The Scandinavian relationship with darkness was culturally different as well. Rather than fearing the dark winter, Scandinavian culture embraced it as a time for indoor activities, for storytelling, for the maintenance and transmission of culture. The Great Norse sagas and Eddas were preserved through oral tradition, recited during long winter nights. This wasn't just entertainment, it was education, cultural preservation, and a way of making the darkness meaningful rather than simply enduring it. Seasonal festivals broke up the winter darkness. Yule, the midwinter celebration that Christianity later absorbed as Christmas, was a major event. Special foods, ritual observances, feasting, drinking, and social gathering marked the darkest part of winter, providing psychological relief and social bonding. Scandinavians also excelled at using snow and ice to their advantage. In warmer regions, snow was simply an obstacle. In Scandinavia, snow was a resource. It could be melted for water, used as insulation, packed around buildings, and compacted into building blocks for temporary shelters. Ice fishing provided fresh protein during winter months. Holes would be cut through the ice on frozen lakes, and lines would be set. This wasn't just a survival technique, but a skilled practice that could provide substantial food resources. Skis and sleds, technologies probably developed in Scandinavia, transformed winter from a time of immobility to a time when travel was possible, even efficient. On skis, a person could cover ground that would be impassable on foot in deep snow. This mobility had enormous implications. It meant that winter isolation was less complete, that trade could continue, that help could be summoned in emergencies, that hunting could continue when it would otherwise be impossible. The Scandinavian experience demonstrates that human adaptation to extreme cold was possible with appropriate technology and cultural practices. While life was still hard and winter still claimed lives, Scandinavian peoples developed a sustainable relationship with their harsh environment. Their success offers an interesting contrast to the struggles of peasants in warmer but architecturally less adapted regions. It suggests that the difficulty of medieval winter survival wasn't purely a function of climate severity, but rather of the match between climate and cultural/technological adaptation. England and France had milder winters than Scandinavia, but their building techniques and cultural practices were less optimized for cold weather survival. Scandinavia had harsher winters, but superior adaptation. This is a reminder that human survival isn't just about enduring hardship. It's about developing appropriate responses to environmental challenges. The Scandinavian example shows what was possible when culture, technology, and environment aligned more effectively. Chapter 19: The Mediterranean and Alpine Regions. At the other extreme of the European climate spectrum, Mediterranean regions faced different winter challenges that required different adaptations. In southern France, Spain, Italy, and Greece, winters were milder by northern European standards. Snow was less common in lowland areas. Temperatures rarely dropped to the extremes seen in England or Scandinavia, and the growing season was longer. But milder doesn't mean easy. Mediterranean winters brought cold rain, damp conditions that penetrated to the bone, and in mountainous regions, severe cold and heavy snow. Stone construction was more common in Mediterranean regions than in the north. The abundance of suitable stone and the architectural heritage from Roman times meant that even peasant houses might be partially or entirely built of stone rather than wood and daub. Stone has both advantages and disadvantages for winter housing. It's more durable than wattle and daub, doesn't need the constant maintenance, and is less vulnerable to wind and rain. But stone is also thermally conductive. It soaks up cold and radiates it into interior spaces unless properly insulated. A stone house without adequate heating could feel colder inside than outside, as the stones absorbed and held the chill. Mediterranean peasants dealt with this by using thick walls, creating smaller rooms that were easier to heat, and sometimes plastering interior walls to provide some insulation between the stone and living space. The Mediterranean diet was different enough from Northern European patterns to affect winter survival. Olive oil, a calorie-dense fat that stored well, was a staple. Bread made from wheat rather than the rye and barley of the north was more common. Wine replaced ale as the common beverage, providing both calories and a sense of warmth. Preserved vegetables, including pickled olives, salted vegetables, and dried legumes, provided more dietary variety than was available to northern peasants. Citrus fruits, which ripened in winter in the warmest areas, provided vitamin C and prevented scurvy. This was a significant advantage over northern regions, where vitamin C sources were scarce in winter. However, Mediterranean regions had their own challenges. Water scarcity could be an issue even in winter, particularly in Spain and southern Italy. Wells and cisterns were crucial, and their maintenance was a constant concern. Alpine regions, the mountains of Switzerland, Austria, northern Italy, and southern France, combined Mediterranean and northern European challenges in unique ways. These areas experienced severe winter cold combined with heavy snowfall, creating conditions as harsh as Scandinavia. Alpine peasants developed specialized adaptations. The chalet style of architecture mentioned earlier, with stone ground floors, wooden upper floors, and very steep roofs to shed heavy snow, was highly adapted to alpine conditions. The practice of vertical animal housing, livestock on the ground floor, humans above, was refined to a high degree in the Alps. The heat rising from the animals below could significantly warm the human quarters above, while the animals benefited from the shelter of the structure. Alpine communities also developed sophisticated systems for dealing with snow. Paths would be carefully maintained, with high walls of shoveled snow creating narrow passages between buildings. Wooden galleries and covered walkways connected buildings, allowing movement even in heavy snowfall. Avalanches were a constant danger in steep alpine valleys. Villages learned through bitter experience where avalanches were likely to occur and avoided building in those paths. Warning signs, cracks in the snow, unusual sounds were taught to children from an early age. Alpine diet featured preserved dairy products prominently. Hard cheeses, made during summer when milk production was high, could be stored for years and provided excellent nutrition. These mountain cheeses were also valuable trade goods, exported to lowland areas. Dried and smoked meats, particularly from goats and sheep, that could graze on steep mountain slopes supplemented the diet. Preservation was crucial because winter could isolate alpine villages for months, making resupply impossible. The social structure in alpine regions was different from lowland areas. The extreme isolation of winter created very tight-knit communities. Everyone's survival depended on cooperation and mutual support. Feudal relationships were often less rigid because harsh conditions required flexibility and collective decision-making. Alpine communities developed early warning systems for winter dangers. Church bells would ring particular patterns to signal avalanches, severe storms, or other emergencies. Everyone learned these signals and knew how to respond. The economic impact of winter isolation was significant. Alpine communities had to be largely self-sufficient during winter months. Trade and contact with the outside world essentially ceased when passes were closed by snow. This isolation created a conservative tendency, and changes happened slowly in alpine villages because new ideas and technologies took longer to penetrate. But it also created strong local traditions and cultures that persisted for centuries. Spring in the Alps brought both relief and new dangers. Melting snow created flooding, landslides, and unstable conditions. The transition from winter to summer was often the most dangerous time of year, as ice-bound streams and rivers broke free with destructive force. These regional variations remind us that there was no single medieval peasant winter experience. Climate, geography, cultural tradition, available resources, and building technologies all created local variations on the common theme of winter survival. What united all these experiences was the fundamental challenge: surviving months of cold with pre-industrial technology and limited resources. How that challenge was met varied enormously, but the core struggle was universal. Chapter 20: Survival as a Collective Endeavor. Throughout this exploration, we've focused primarily on individual households and families, but medieval winter survival was fundamentally a communal enterprise. The village, the manor, the parish, these social structures were essential to getting through winter. The medieval village was a tightly knit community where everyone knew everyone else, for better and worse. Privacy, as we understand it, barely existed, so your neighbors knew when you fought with your spouse, when your children were sick, when your food stores were running low, when you were struggling. This lack of privacy was oppressive in many ways, but it also created social accountability. Your neighbors noticed if you were in trouble, and in many cases, felt obligated to help. The concept of mutual aid was deeply embedded in village culture. In autumn, before winter set in, communities would work together on large projects that benefited everyone: repairing the church roof, maintaining common roads, ensuring that the village well was in good repair. These weren't optional activities. The community expected participation, and those who shirked their duties faced social sanctions. But the communal work created infrastructure that no single family could have built alone. Sharing of resources was common, though not universal. A family with too much of one thing and too little of another might trade with neighbors. This wasn't formalized market exchange, more like a complex web of reciprocal obligations and favors that balanced out over time. If your family had extra grain but needed wool, and your neighbor had extra wool but needed grain, an exchange could be arranged. These exchanges were remembered, creating obligations that might be called in years later. The more prosperous peasants, yeomen and franklins, were expected to show charity to their poorer neighbors. This wasn't purely altruistic. It was enforced by social pressure and by Christian teaching about the duty to help the poor. A prosperous family might distribute small amounts of food to the poorest families, allow gleaning on their fields, or hire landless laborers for make-work tasks during winters simply to provide them with some income. This charity served important social functions. It reduced the risk of social unrest. Desperate, starving people might resort to theft or violence. It built social capital and obligations that the charitable family could call on later. And it fulfilled religious duties, potentially improving the donor's standing with God. The lord of the manor, while primarily interested in extracting wealth from his peasants, also had some obligation to ensure their survival. A lord whose peasants died off over winter would have no one to work his fields in spring, which was economically disastrous. So manor lords might distribute grain in times of severe scarcity, reduce obligations during the worst winter months, or provide other forms of assistance. This wasn't generosity, it was pragmatic economic management, but it sometimes made the difference between survival and starvation. The church played a complex role in winter survival. Parish churches were usually the only stone buildings in a village, and they might offer shelter to those in desperate need. The church also operated charity systems, distributing alms to the poor. But church charity was limited and often came with strings attached: moral instruction, demands for penance, expectations of gratitude, and subservience. Still, for those with no other options, church charity could be life-saving. Religious feast days broke up the winter monotony and provided occasions for communal gathering and celebration. Christmas, obviously, was the major winter celebration, but there were others: the feast of St. Stephen, Epiphany, Candlemas, and various saints' days throughout winter. These celebrations usually involved special meals, church services, and social gathering. Even poor families would try to make some special preparation for feast days, and wealthier families might distribute food to the poor as part of the celebration. The psychological importance of these communal celebrations can't be overstated. They provided breaks from the grinding routine, opportunities for joy and connection, and reminders that the community existed and functioned beyond individual household struggles. Village gatherings for storytelling, music, or simply socializing helped maintain mental health during the long, dark months. While individual families huddled in their houses most of the time, periodic gatherings brought people together, allowed exchange of news and gossip, and reinforced social bonds. Gender-specific communal activities also occurred. Women might gather for spinning or weaving sessions, working together while sharing stories and supporting each other. These gatherings provided female social networks that were crucial for emotional support and practical advice. Men might gather in informal groups for tasks like slaughtering animals, which required more labor than one man could easily provide, or for maintaining common resources like roads or bridges. Midwives were crucial community figures, particularly in winter when travel was difficult and childbirth might require immediate assistance. A skilled midwife was treasured, and her services were often bartered for rather than paid in cash. Healers, People with knowledge of herbal remedies and traditional treatments were similarly important. When illness struck in winter, when professional physicians, who served only the wealthy anyway, were completely inaccessible, the village healer was the only medical resource available. These healers were usually women, working with knowledge passed down through generations. Their treatments were often ineffective by modern standards, but they provided psychological comfort and occasionally genuine help. The community also provided labor exchanges that were crucial for survival. If one family's house needed urgent repairs to survive the winter, neighbors might contribute labor. This created an obligation that would be repaid when the helping family needed similar assistance. Widows and orphans were theoretically protected by both the church and communal obligations, though the reality was often harsh. A widow with young children might be taken in by extended family, or she might remarry quickly to a widower who needed a wife to manage his household. Orphans, as mentioned earlier, were supposed to be cared for by the community, though this often meant hard labor for their keep rather than anything like the nurturing care we'd hope for children. The elderly who could no longer work were similarly dependent on family and community charity. The most fortunate had children who would care for them. Those without family might survive on minimal charity, or might simply be left to die when resources were too scarce to support non-productive members of society. This sounds harsh, and it was, but it reflected the brutal arithmetic of survival in a subsistence economy. When there's barely enough food to keep working adults alive, supporting those who can't work becomes a question of who will live and who will die. Yet many communities did support their vulnerable members, accepting the burden because it was the right thing to do, because Christian teaching demanded it, because today's vulnerable elder might be tomorrow's orphan who is your own child. The community also provided informal insurance against disasters. If a house burned down, neighbors would contribute materials and labor to help rebuild. If a family's ox died, depriving them of their ability to plow, the community might arrange for them to share another family's ox, or take up a collection to help them acquire another. These weren't formalized insurance systems, but rather informal networks of reciprocal obligation that served similar functions. Conflict resolution was another crucial community function. When winter confinement led to disputes, and it often did, the village had mechanisms for resolving them before they exploded into violence. Village elders, the parish priest, or sometimes the Lord's bailiff, would mediate disputes. The goal was usually to restore peace and cooperation rather than to determine who was right, because continued conflict threatened everyone's survival. Social pressure was the primary enforcement mechanism. In a small community where everyone knew everyone, reputation mattered enormously. Being known as a troublemaker, a thief, or someone who shirked communal obligations could lead to social ostracism, which in practical terms could be a death sentence. So most people, most of the time, cooperated with community expectations, contributed to mutual aid, and supported the collective survival effort, even when it cost them personally. This communal approach to winter survival was one of the most important factors enabling medieval peasants to endure conditions that would overwhelm isolated individuals or families. No family survived winter alone. Those who tried, those who were ostracized or isolated for some reason, faced enormously increased risk. survival was collective, and the bonds of community, however imperfect and sometimes oppressive they might be, were as essential as fire and shelter. Chapter 21. The Gendered Experience of Cold. Medieval winter was experienced differently by men and women, and we need to examine those differences to fully understand survival strategies. Women's work was, in many ways, more continuous through winter than men's. Agricultural labor, the primary occupation of male peasants, was seasonal. In winter, there was minimal field work, so men's labor shifted to maintenance tasks, gathering firewood, caring for animals, and occasional work for the Lord. But women's work, cooking, cleaning, childcare, textile production, food preservation, and countless other domestic tasks, continued at the same intense pace year-round. Spinning and weaving were particularly important winter tasks. The wool from autumn shearing needed to be processed into thread and then woven into fabric. This was women's work, done primarily in winter when agricultural tasks didn't compete for time. Spinning required hours of monotonous, physically tiring work. A woman would spin for hours each day, often by firelight in winter's darkness, producing the thread that would become clothing, blankets, and other textiles essential for survival. The value of this textile production was enormous. Wool cloth was expensive to buy, so families that could produce their own had a significant economic advantage. Women's spinning and weaving directly contributed to family survival. But this work was exhausting, particularly in winter conditions. Cold made fingers stiff and clumsy, reducing efficiency. Poor light made the detailed work of spinning and weaving more difficult and increased eye strain. The smoke-filled house irritated eyes and lungs, making long work sessions even more uncomfortable. Food preparation was another endless winter task. With limited ingredients and limited variety, creating edible meals required skill and creativity. Women had to make the same basic ingredients: grain, dried vegetables, occasional meat, palatable day after day, month after month. Cooking over an open hearth was difficult and dangerous. Pots hung over the fire could swing unpredictably, spilling their contents. Reaching over flames to stir pots or remove them from the fire risked burns. Long skirts could catch fire if a woman got too close to the flames. Burns were a constant risk for women working around the hearth, and a serious burn could be crippling or fatal. Infection, scarring, and permanent disability resulted from cooking accidents that modern safety equipment would easily prevent. Water carrying was often women's work, meaning repeated trips to the well or stream in freezing conditions. Carrying heavy water containers over icy, uneven ground was both exhausting and dangerous. Falls could result in injury and the loss of precious water. Childcare in winter was particularly challenging. Keeping children warm, fed, and out of the fire required constant vigilance. Babies needed frequent nursing, which meant the mother had to be warm enough to keep the baby warm while nursing. Marjorie, in our composite household, would have to balance baby Edmund's needs against the demands of her other work. She might nurse him while spinning, or set him down briefly to attend to cooking, always listening for his cries, always aware that a moment's inattention could be fatal. Young children were curious and mobile but lacked understanding of danger. Keeping them safe from the fire, from hot liquids, from the door opening to freezing outside, from the animals at the other end of the house, this required constant attention. Pregnancy in winter added another layer of difficulty. A pregnant woman needed more calories and warmth, but she usually received no special consideration beyond what family resources could afford. She was expected to continue her normal work until labor began. Childbirth in winter was particularly dangerous. The cold made everything harder, keeping the birthing woman warm, keeping the newborn warm, ensuring that water for washing was available and warm enough, preventing infection when hygiene was already compromised. Midwives did their best, but medieval obstetrics was limited. Complications that would be easily managed today, breech presentations, prolonged labor, hemorrhaging, could easily be fatal. The postpartum period was dangerous as well. A woman who had just given birth needed warmth, nutrition, and rest to recover. But in a peasant household, there was little opportunity for rest. New mothers were expected to resume their duties within days of giving birth. Breastfeeding in winter created specific challenges. The mother needed adequate nutrition to produce milk, but winter was precisely when food was scarcest. An inadequately fed mother might not produce enough milk, or her milk might be poor quality, leading to infant malnutrition. Nursing required exposing skin to cold air, at least briefly, which was uncomfortable and could lead to chapping and cracking of nipples, making nursing painful and increasing infection risk. Menstruation presented winter-specific challenges. Medieval women likely menstruated less frequently than modern women due to chronic mild malnutrition, extended breastfeeding, and physical stress. But they still menstruated regularly enough that managing it was a concern. Menstrual rags, cloth that could be washed and reused, were the standard method of managing menstrual flow. But washing anything in winter was difficult, and washing blood-stained cloth was particularly challenging without hot water and proper soap. So women likely wore menstrual cloths for longer than was hygienic, changing them when absolutely necessary, but not as often as would be ideal. This increased the risk of infections and probably contributed to the constant discomfort of medieval peasant life. Women also bore the primary responsibility for maintaining household cleanliness, such as it was, sweeping out old rushes and spreading fresh ones, scraping accumulated filth from corners, managing the disposal of waste. These were women's tasks. In winter, when going outside to dispose of waste was unpleasant, when bringing in fresh materials meant going out into the cold, when everything was harder, maintaining even minimal cleanliness required enormous effort. The psychological burden on women was substantial. They were responsible for keeping children alive, keeping their husbands fed and functional, managing the household, all with inadequate resources and under constant stress. The cumulative effect of sleep deprivation, cold, hunger, endless work, and fear for their children's survival must have been crushing. Depression, anxiety, and simple exhaustion were probably endemic among medieval peasant women. Yet women also created and maintained the social networks that held communities together. Women shared information, supported each other through childbirth and illness, taught skills to daughters, and provided emotional support that was crucial for psychological survival. The informal gatherings of women at the well, during communal work sessions, at church, created spaces where women could share their burdens, get advice, and simply feel less alone in their struggles. Some women developed expertise that gave them status and value beyond their roles as wives and mothers. Healing knowledge, midwifery skills, expertise in textile production, these created identities and sources of self-worth. But the overall picture is one of enormous burden. Medieval peasant women worked as hard as or harder than men, under conditions that were in some ways more difficult, with less recognition and less control over their own lives. The gendered division of labor meant that winter survival depended absolutely on women's work. Without women's textile production, families would freeze from lack of adequate clothing. Without women's food preparation, the family would starve despite having grain. Without women's childcare, children would die. Men's labor was crucial too, obviously, but women's labor was both crucial and continuous, with no winter respite, no slacking of pace, no reduction in responsibility. Understanding the gendered nature of medieval winter survival helps us appreciate the full complexity of how families endured. It wasn't just men fighting the cold while women stayed warm by the fire. Both men and women fought the cold, each in their particular ways, each contributing essential labor to collective survival. Chapter 22, Growing Up Cold. Childhood in medieval winter deserves its own examination because children experienced and coped with cold differently than adults, and their survival required specific strategies. Children were more vulnerable to cold than adults. Their smaller body mass meant they had less thermal inertia. They heated and cooled more quickly. Their surface area relative to their mass was higher, meaning more heat loss per unit of body weight. And young children couldn't yet articulate their needs or take independent action to warm themselves. Infants were most vulnerable. A newborn baby has virtually no ability to regulate its own temperature. It depends entirely on external warmth, from its mother's body, from blankets, from environmental heat. In our composite household, baby Edmund at 10 months was old enough to have some thermoregulatory ability, but he still depended heavily on his mother for warmth. Marjorie would keep him swaddled in layers of cloth and wool, and during the coldest times, she'd keep him inside her own clothing, next to her skin, using her body heat to keep him warm. This constant carrying of infants wasn't just about bonding, it was survival strategy. A baby left alone, even briefly in a cold house, could easily become hypothermic. Toddlers, old enough to move around but too young to understand danger, presented different challenges. They wanted to explore, to touch things, to move toward the fire's warmth, but they could easily burn themselves, knock over hot liquids, or stumble into danger. So toddlers had to be watched constantly or restrained in some way. Swaddling, binding a child's limbs to restrict movement, was practiced partly for this reason. A swaddled toddler couldn't crawl into the fire. This sounds cruel by modern parenting standards, but in a context where one moment of inattention could result in a child's death, restriction of movement was a practical safety measure. Older children, like our composite families, William and Alice, were old enough to contribute to survival, but still vulnerable to cold. Their work assignments reflected both their developing capabilities and the family's needs. William, at 8, was expected to help his father with many tasks, gathering firewood, carrying water, helping with animal care. These weren't optional chores, but essential contributions to family survival. In winter, this meant William spent considerable time exposed to the cold. His clothing was probably inadequate, smaller versions of adult garments, but worn and patched, possibly even cast-offs from older children that didn't fit well. His feet, wrapped in rags rather than shod in proper boots, would have been chronically cold. Chilblains on his toes and fingers would have caused constant pain and itching, but he was expected to endure without complaint. Alice, at 5, was old enough to help her mother with domestic tasks, but still young enough to need protection and guidance. She might help with carding wool, watching baby Edmund when her mother's hands were busy, or running small errands within the house. The educational aspect of children's work was important. William was learning skills he'd need as an adult farmer and head of household. Alice was learning the domestic skills she'd need as a wife and mother. This education happened through direct participation in survival tasks, not through abstract instruction. Children learned endurance through practice. Being cold, hungry, and uncomfortable was normal. Children learned not to complain because complaining changed nothing and might result in punishment for making noise and annoying already stressed adults. This created a kind of toughness that modern children rarely develop. Medieval children learned to endure discomfort as a basic life skill, to function effectively despite being cold or hungry, to push through pain and keep working. But this came at significant cost. Childhood should be a time of play, exploration, and gradual development. Medieval peasant children had little opportunity for play. Their time was consumed by work and survival. When play did occur, it often involved preparing for adult roles. Boys might play at fighting or hunting. Girls might play at cooking or caring for dolls made from rags. Play was training for the harsh adult life to come. Children's health suffered in winter. Malnutrition affected growth and development. Children who didn't get adequate calories during critical growth periods might be permanently stunted. Respiratory infections were endemic. Children's developing immune systems struggled against the constant assault of pathogens in the crowded, smoky house. Chronic coughs, wheezing, and breathing difficulties were common. Parasites, lice, intestinal worms, skin mites affected children particularly heavily. Children had less developed hygiene practices and spent more time in close contact with each other and with the filthy floor, increasing their parasite load. The psychological impact of a winter childhood is difficult to assess. Modern children growing up in safe, comfortable environments develop certain expectations about the world and their place in it. Medieval children developed very different expectations. They learned early that life was hard, that suffering was normal, that you couldn't count on having enough food or warmth. They learned that younger siblings might die, that winter killed people, that survival was uncertain. This created a kind of resigned pragmatism. There was no point in hoping for comfort or ease, because those things didn't exist for people like them. The best you could hope for was to survive, to endure, to perhaps have slightly better circumstances than your parents. Yet children also experienced moments of joy. A successful hunt, bringing fresh meat, a feast day with special food, the first warm day of spring, playing with siblings, hearing stories by the fire. These moments of happiness existed even in the context of hardship. Children are remarkably resilient. They adapt to whatever circumstances they're born into and find ways to experience joy even in difficult conditions. Medieval children loved their parents, played when they could, laughed and sang and experienced the full range of human emotions despite their hardships. Family bonds were strong, perhaps stronger than in modern societies, where children spend much of their time away from parents in schools and other institutions. Medieval children lived and worked alongside their parents constantly, creating deep familiarity and strong emotional connections. When children died, and many did, the grief was real and profound, though perhaps expressed differently than modern grief. Parents who had lost children before understood that death was part of life, but that understanding didn't eliminate the pain of loss. Children who survived winter emerged tougher, more capable, one step closer to adulthood. Each winter survived was an achievement, a testament to both their own endurance and their family's success in protecting them. By the time a child reached adolescence, they had internalized all the lessons of winter survival. They knew how to work through cold and hunger, how to ration resources, how to endure discomfort without breaking. These lessons would serve them for the rest of their lives. The children of medieval winter grew into adults who could endure almost anything. They had been forged by hardship into survivors, and when their turn came to protect their own children through winter, they would draw on every lesson learned in their cold childhood. Chapter 23. The Great Thaw. After months of cold, darkness, hunger, and struggle, spring's arrival was not just a change of season, it was resurrection, liberation, the answer to countless desperate prayers. The first signs of spring came subtly. Days that had been imperceptibly lengthening since the winter solstice in late December finally became noticeably longer. By late February or early March, depending on latitude and specific year's weather, the change was unmistakable. Sunrise came earlier, sunset later. The precious hours of daylight expanded from 7 or 8 hours in deep winter to 10, 12, eventually 14 or more. This light itself was psychologically transformative, lifting the oppressive weight of darkness that had pressed down for months. Temperature changes were gradual and inconsistent. Spring weather in medieval Europe was notoriously unpredictable. A warm week might be followed by a sudden cold snap. Snow might fall in April. False springs raised hopes that were then dashed by returning cold. But the overall trend was unmistakable. Even if progress was halting and irregular, warmth was returning. The first evidence appeared in small, easily missed details. Icicles hanging from the eaves began to drip during the warmest part of the day. Snow developed a crust, its surface melting slightly in afternoon sun, then refreezing at night. These tiny changes signaled the beginning of the end. Then came the first green shoots. Depending on the region and the severity of the winter, this might happen anywhere from late February to April. But when it happened, when people saw the first tiny green spears pushing through the snow or mud, the emotional impact was profound. Life was returning. The earth, which had seemed dead and frozen forever, was awakening. Hope, which had seemed foolish in the depths of winter darkness, was vindicated. For the peasants who had survived, spring meant immediate practical changes. The first priority was getting outside, escaping the confines of the house where they'd been trapped for months. The house itself needed urgent attention. Months of occupation by humans and animals had created conditions that were, to put it mildly, unsanitary. The accumulated filth needed to be removed. The animal end of the house would be mucked out, removing feet-deep layers of manure and soiled bedding. This material would be spread on fields as fertilizer. Nothing was wasted. The animals themselves would be led outside, blinking in the sunlight, many of them gaunt and weak from winter privation. The human living area would be similarly cleaned. Old rushes, compressed, and filthy would be removed. The floor might be scraped clean, removing the worst accumulations of winter. Walls would be inspected for damage and repairs begun. Most importantly, the house would be aired out. Doors and windows would be thrown open, letting fresh air sweep through, carrying away months of accumulated smoke and staleness. The psychological relief of breathing fresh, clean air after months of smoke was enormous. Personal hygiene could finally be addressed. The first real bathing since autumn could occur. Heating water was still labor-intensive, but with longer days and warming temperatures, it was more feasible. Washing away months of accumulated grime must have been profoundly satisfying. Bodies could be scrubbed clean, hair could be washed, clothing could be properly laundered, hung to dry in the spring sunshine. The first substantial spring meal marked another turning point. Even if food stores were nearly exhausted, and they often were by late winter, spring brought new food sources. Early greens, dandelion leaves, nettles, wild garlic could be foraged. These provided fresh vegetables after months of preserved foods and brought much-needed vitamins. If the family had a dairy animal, milk production would be increasing as the animal was turned out to graze on fresh grass. This meant fresh milk, butter, and cheese after months of scarcity. Eggs from chickens increased in production as daylight lengthened. More eggs meant better nutrition and the possibility of selling or trading surplus. The psychological shift that accompanied these material improvements was equally important. Winter had been a battle for survival, fought one day at a time with no guarantee of victory. Spring meant that the battle was won, survival was assured for another season, the worst was behind them. But spring also brought its own challenges and dangers. The transition from winter to spring could be treacherous. Melting snow created flooding. Ice on rivers broke up, sometimes catastrophically, creating dangerous conditions and destroying bridges and mills. Roads that had been frozen solid in winter became impassable mud in spring. Travel, which had been difficult in winter, remained difficult in spring for different reasons. Spring illnesses claimed lives that had survived winter. Diseases that had been dormant or constrained by winter conditions spread more easily as people moved around more, as communities that had been isolated reconnected. The hungry gap, late winter and early spring before new crops could be harvested, was actually the most dangerous time for starvation. Food stores accumulated over the previous year were depleted, but new food wasn't yet available. Spring's arrival didn't immediately solve the hunger problem. Some families, some individuals, survived all winter, only to die in early spring, their bodies too depleted to recover, even as conditions improved. The cruelty of dying, just as survival was becoming easier, was noted by medieval writers as particularly tragic. But for those who made it through, who emerged from winter alive and intact, spring was glorious. The ability to work outside again, to feel warm, to see the sun, to eat green vegetables, to move freely without being weighed down by layers of clothing, all of this was precious beyond measure. Fields could be prepared for planting. The agricultural cycle that had paused for winter could resume. Work was hard, but it was the productive work of creation rather than the defensive work of survival. Spring festivals and celebrations marked the seasonal transition. Easter, the ultimate Christian symbol of death and resurrection, also took on added meaning for people who had just survived their own winter death and experienced spring resurrection. May Day celebrations, with their pagan roots barely concealed beneath Christian veneer, celebrated fertility, growth, and life's return. Dancing around the maypole, gathering spring flowers, feasting on fresh foods, all of this was psychological medicine after winter's deprivation. Socially, spring meant reconnection. Communities that had been fragmented through winter, with each household isolated in its own struggle, came back together. News was shared, marriages arranged, disputes resolved, and plans made for the coming year. The survival of neighbors could be assessed. Some houses stood empty, their occupants having died or fled during winter. Some families were diminished, missing members who hadn't survived. The toll of winter became visible as the community gathered and counted its living and its dead. For children, spring was magical. The ability to play outside, to run and move freely after months of confinement was pure joy. Children who had been cooped up in smoky houses could finally burn off their energy and play. Young animals, lambs, calves, kids, chicks, were born in spring, bringing new life and hope for the future. Children could help care for these young animals, learning husbandry skills and forming emotional bonds with the creatures. The return of birds from southern migrations was noted and celebrated. After months of silence, the sky filled again with birdsong. Swallows returning to nest under the eaves were seen as good omens. Spring flowers, primroses, violets, daffodils, brought color back to a world that had been monochrome for months. This visual richness after winter's drab grayness was psychologically significant. But even as spring's joys were celebrated, the knowledge that next winter would come began to shape behavior. Summer and autumn were preparations for the next winter. Food had to be grown and preserved. Firewood had to be gathered. Repairs had to be made. The cycle was endless. Medieval peasants didn't have the luxury of simply enjoying spring. Even in the best weather, they were thinking ahead to the next hardship, preparing for the next battle. Yet in those first warm days of spring, when the worst was definitely past and the next winter still seemed distant, there must have been moments of pure relief and gratitude. We survived. We made it. Life continues, and that was victory enough. Chapter 24, What Medieval Winter Teaches Us. As we near the end of our journey through medieval peasant winter survival, it's worth stepping back to ask, what can we learn from this exploration? Why does it matter, beyond historical curiosity, to understand how people survived centuries ago? First, it provides perspective on our own lives. When we complain about a cold house because the thermostat dropped below 70 degrees Fahrenheit, it's worth remembering people who considered themselves fortunate if their house stayed above freezing. When we grumble about winter inconveniences, it helps to remember people for whom winter was literally life-threatening. This isn't to invalidate modern discomforts. Our experiences are real and valid in our context, but perspective helps us appreciate what we have. Central heating, the electric lights, abundant food, warm clothing, These aren't inevitable or universal. They're recent achievements that most humans throughout history never experienced. Medieval peasant winter survival also demonstrates human resilience and adaptability. People endured conditions that seem almost unbearable to us, and they did it not for one winter, but year after year, generation after generation. This resilience wasn't superhuman. Medieval peasants weren't fundamentally different from us. They were ordinary people pushed by circumstances to extraordinary endurance. This suggests that humans are capable of far more than we typically demand of ourselves. In our comfortable modern lives, we rarely test the limits of our endurance. We avoid discomfort whenever possible. Medieval peasants had no choice but to endure, and they proved that humans can adapt to almost anything. The communal nature of medieval survival offers lessons for modern societies that increasingly emphasize individualism. Medieval peasants survived through cooperation, through social networks, through mutual aid. Individual households could not have survived winter alone. Modern emergencies, natural disasters, economic crises, pandemics often reveal how dependent we still are on community and cooperation, despite our illusions of individual self-sufficiency. The medieval experience reminds us that humans are fundamentally social creatures whose survival has always depended on working together. The medieval relationship with nature was different from ours in important ways. Medieval peasants lived much closer to natural cycles, much more aware of their dependence on environmental conditions. They couldn't control the weather, couldn't store unlimited food, couldn't insulate themselves from nature's harshness. This created a kind of humility and acceptance that modern people often lack. We've become accustomed to controlling our environment, and when control fails, we're shocked and outraged. Medieval people knew better. They understood their limits and nature's power. Climate change is making this medieval understanding relevant again. As weather becomes more extreme and unpredictable, as our technological systems prove less reliable than we assumed, we may need to relearn some of the adaptive strategies and mental attitudes that allowed medieval people to survive uncertainty. The medieval winter experience also illuminates the relationship between poverty and vulnerability. The poorest peasants suffered most in winter because they had least margin for error. Small setbacks that wealthier families could absorb became catastrophes for the poor. This relationship between poverty and vulnerability persists today. Modern people experiencing homelessness or energy poverty face winter challenges that, while not as severe as medieval conditions, still reflect the same basic pattern. Those with fewest resources suffer most. The role of infrastructure in survival is another important lesson. Medieval peasants struggled partly because their infrastructure, housing, heating systems, food preservation, transportation, was inadequate for the climatic challenges they faced. Modern infrastructure, while much more sophisticated, is still vulnerable. Power grids fail, supply chains break, heating systems malfunction. When infrastructure fails, modern people can find themselves surprisingly vulnerable, facing challenges that medieval survival strategies could address. Understanding historical survival strategies has practical value. The principles of layering clothing for warmth, banking fires to preserve heat, using body heat for space heating, storing and preserving food, these remain valid. In emergencies, this knowledge could be life-saving. The psychological aspects of medieval winter survival are perhaps most relevant for modern life. Medieval people endured months of darkness, confinement, discomfort, and fear. They developed coping strategies, storytelling, music, community support, religious faith, and simple, stubborn endurance. Modern people face different challenges: social isolation, information overload, climate anxiety, political instability. But the need for psychological resilience is equally acute. Medieval coping strategies, strong social bonds, meaningful narratives, spiritual practices, and acceptance of what can't be controlled remain valuable. The medieval experience also teaches about inequality and social stratification. We've focused primarily on peasants, but medieval society included lords who spent winter in stone castles with elaborate fireplaces, merchants who could afford better housing and food, and clergy who lived in relatively comfortable monasteries. Winter's harshness was not equally distributed. It fell heaviest on those with least resources to resist it. This pattern of unequal vulnerability persists in every society, every crisis. Understanding it historically helps us recognize and potentially address it in our own time. Finally, the medieval winter story is fundamentally human. It's about ordinary people facing extraordinary challenges with limited resources and unlimited determination. It's about the universal human capacity to endure, to adapt, to find meaning and even joy in difficult circumstances. Every human alive today is descended from people who survived medieval winters and every other historical hardship. Their resilience is our inheritance. Their struggles made our existence possible. When modern life feels difficult, when we face our own challenges and wonder if we can endure, it helps to remember we come from survivors. Medieval peasants faced winter with courage and creativity, and they made it through. So can we. Chapter 25. Final Reflections. We've journeyed together through the medieval peasant winter experience, examining housing, heating, clothing, food, water, community, gender, childhood, psychology, and survival. We've watched our composite family, Thomas, Marjorie, William, Alice, and baby Edmund, struggle through the cold months. Let's check in one final time as spring arrives in their world. It's April now, and the worst is definitely past. The family survived all 5 members, which is itself a victory. Not all their neighbors were so fortunate. Old Willem, 2 houses down, died in February, and the youngest child of their neighbors on the other side sickened in March and didn't recover. But Thomas's family made it. They're thinner, weaker, marked by winter's hardships. Thomas's cough hasn't gone away, and Marjorie suspects it never will. William's feet bear scars from chilblains that festered. Alice seems smaller than she should, her growth stunted by winter malnutrition. But they're alive. They're together. The animals survive too. The pig is gaunt but functional. The chickens are laying again. The cow is producing milk. The house stands, though it needs repairs that will consume much of the summer. The fields await planting. The cycle continues. As Marjorie stands in the doorway of their house on a warm April morning, feeling sunshine on her face for the first time in months, she allows herself a moment of simple gratitude. They survived. Whatever challenges lie ahead, and there will be many, they survived winter. Next year will bring another winter. They know this. Already, Even in spring's warmth, they're thinking ahead. More firewood must be gathered, repairs must be made, food must be grown and preserved. The preparation never ends. But for now, for this moment, Marjorie stands in the sun and feels warm, and that's enough. This is the story of medieval peasant winter survival. Not a story of dramatic heroism or epic battles, but of quiet, grinding, relentless endurance. Of ordinary people doing extraordinary things simply to stay alive. Their names are forgotten. History didn't bother to record them. But their struggle, their success, their survival, these matter. Because without them, none of us would be here. Every medieval winter that peasants survived was a small miracle of human resilience, creativity, cooperation, and sheer stubborn refusal to give up. Multiplied by millions of families across centuries, these small miracles built the foundation for everything that came after. We owe them our existence. We owe them our recognition, and perhaps we owe them our gratitude for showing us what humans can endure when endurance is demanded. So tonight, as you settle into your warm bed, in your heated house, with your full stomach and your electric lights, take a moment to remember them. The medieval peasants who survived the coldest nights, who fought winter and won year after year, generation after generation. Remember Thomas banking his fire with cold, stiff fingers. Remember Marjorie spinning wool by flickering firelight while nursing her baby. Remember William carrying water through the frozen darkness. Remember Alice carding wool with her small, chilblained hands. Remember baby Edmund, swaddled and warm against his mother's chest. Remember the millions whose names we'll never know, who lived and struggled and survived in conditions we can barely imagine. They were your ancestors. Their blood runs in your veins. Their resilience lives in your genes. And when winter comes for you, literal or metaphorical, remember their example. They survived. So can you. Good night. Sleep warm.